in our beloved nation. It has become a force multiplied in various sectors from healthcare, agriculture, education to finance and beyond. In Nigeria, a country rich in human and natural resources, AI presents an unprecedented opportunity to bridge development gaps, enhance productivity, and create a pathway for economic prosperity. Based on the economic index, it says that when you have the labor, you have the human capital, and then technology is missing, you won't achieve the total factor productivity. But when you have the labor, the human capital, and then you merge it with the capital and technology, then you would achieve total factor productivity. So consider that, and if you could all remember how expensive tomato was at that time because of the scars. So that experience, had it been, we have embraced AI at that time to understand the soil health, we wouldn't have experienced it. It would have been easy for farmers to actually use a tool to assess the soil, to be able to get predictive analytics that will guide them in order to ensure that they evade that situation. And then when you look at the health sector, and if it embraces AI, then AI-driven diagnosis can reach rural communities. As we have eHealth Africa here with us, doing great stuff, ensuring that healthcare is accessible in our underserved communities. So we can see that with AI, Nigeria can achieve greater heights. The integration of AI into Nigeria's entrepreneurial ecosystem can create jobs, inspire groundbreaking solutions, and position our nation as a hub for technological excellence in Africa and the world. Nigeria's strength lies in the youth population. Over 60% of our population is under 25, and this demographic advantage is a reservoir for creativity, ambition, and resilience. Currently, the under the leadership of Dr. Bosusu Jani, the 3 Million Technical Talent Program is undergoing, and it's meant to ensure that youth are empowered with skills that will fill the talent gap globally. Yet, this group often face systemic barriers that limit their access to resources, training, and opportunities, and this is why GMTT is here to support that, and also opportunities presented by various private sectors such as Women Innovate, Blue Sapphire Solutions, and much more organizations doing great stuff. eHealth Africa and Academy as well. We must call for the active involvement in AI initiatives across the country by equipping our youth and women with tools, training, and opportunities to participate in AI development. We not only ensure inclusivity, but also maximize the potential of our greatest assets, our people. The government is doing quite a lot in terms of ensuring AI penetration across the country, ensuring connectivity, and also building the talent capital, creating an environment, enabling environment through policies such as the AI strategy document. So I always call on the private sector to also embrace this support from the government to ensure that they create programs, mentorship schemes, innovation hubs that specifically target youth and women to create activities such as hackathons, accelerator programs to ensure that innovation, entrepreneurship, and access to capital for AI-driven solutions is harnessed by our youthful population. It is important to acknowledge the giant strength already being made in Nigeria's AI landscape. Across the nation, startup tech hubs and research institutes are leveraging AI to solve local problems. Just this morning, I was scrolling through LinkedIn and I saw a post of Young GPT, who is using our accents to ensure that we are included in also access and also feeding the AI so that it can be able to also understand our accent in that terrain. So through initiatives such as the AI Research Agenda, collaborative efforts with international partners, the government, under the leadership of Dr. Musu Tijani, is helping to create an ecosystem where AI talent can thrive. His vision for inclusive tech-enabled Nigeria is a testament to what is possible when passion meets purpose. Under his leadership, the country is making significant strides in shaping an AI strategy that reflects our unique challenges and aspirations. And with this, I call on the private sector to also take on this opportunity, think about it. We have a lot of young talents here that you can begin to think on how you can leverage on AI to solve problems in healthcare, to solve problems in agriculture, education, and much more. So let us challenge ourselves to think beyond immediate gains and consider the long-term impact of our nations. Don't think about, oh, we have power issues, we have various challenges. Think about how can we leverage on AI to come up with a solution that would solve our community's challenges. To our youth and women, I say since the moment, the tools are within your reach and the world is watching. To our women, I say step forward with confidence. I wouldn't be here without talking about women, so of course I emphasize the women to take this opportunity. Your perspectives are invaluable in crafting solutions that work for everyone. And of course, we the policymakers, I can see Linda here with us as well. To policymakers and industry leaders, I urge to create an enabling environment where innovation can flourish. Invest in education, infrastructure policies that support sustainable AI development. In closing, I would say let us rise to this challenge together and make Nigeria a beacon of AI excellence, unity, vision, and action. There is nothing we cannot achieve. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ma. All right. Thank you so much. Round of applause, Ma, once again. Thank you so much, Ma. That was amazing. So, from what you would notice, right, she highlighted the government's efforts, right, in AI adoption. One major thing she highlighted was the AI framework, Nigeria's AI digital AI strategy, right? And let me move it. So I'll stop it going. All right. So she mentioned the digital strategy for AI, right? Drafted by the Minister Paul Sotinjali and his ministry. So you can see that the government itself, the government of this country, is very much aware of.
It's your phone. Interference with your phone.
All right. Oh, all right. All right. So the government is very much aware about the power of AI and how we can leverage it to foster national growth. Like you mentioned, we have a teeming population of youths, right? We are blessed with natural resources and the labor to drive those resources. So AI can drive a significant advantage if we leverage it properly. And the government is ready putting structures in place, right, to ensure that the power of AI is harnessed for our national growth. All right. I would like to introduce the second speaker. The second speaker is our second keynote speaker is Mr. Kashifu Inoa Abdullahi, CCIE. He is the Director General of NIDA. He is a highly accomplished IT professional with over 2 decades of expertise. He has a remarkable track record in driving policy, administration, and strategic advancement within the IT sector. Under his visionary leadership, NIDA has achieved a significant milestone in the realms of digital transformation and talent development and innovation. Can you join us in welcoming Mr. Kashifu?
Thank you very much. I'm sure that most people here know that I am not Kashifu. But it's my honor to be able to represent him here. Actually, I came in a bit late because we were together at another program and he wanted to see if he could make it himself. Unfortunately, it wasn't possible. So I'm here to represent him. My name is Dr. Ahmed Tambuwal. I'm the acting director of the Digital Literacy and Capacity Building Department at STITDA. It's a pleasure to be here. Good morning, the chair, Motorayo. Good morning, SA to Minister Mariam. I can see so many other distinguished persons from British Council and the likes. And also, of course, our dear students. So it's a pleasure to be here. So we've been invited to speak on a very important topic, uh, learning for lasting peace, educational equity through AI. So I'm going to read the DJ's speech now. It is both an honor and privilege to speak before you today on a topic that lies at the intersection of technology, education, and peace, which is learning for peace, educational equity for AI, tools for advancing education in underserved areas. This topic speaks directly to the heart of our mission to empower communities, promote educational equity, and build a foundation for lasting peace across Nigeria. Education is a fundamental human right. It is a powerful driver of development and a very strong instrument for poverty reduction. It also helps to improve health, gender equity, peace, and progress. Quality education empowers individuals, strengthens communities, and fosters understanding across barriers. Yet, as we stand today, the vision of quality education for all remains unfulfilled for millions across the globe. According to the UNESCO Institute of Statistics and Global Education Monitoring report, an estimated 251 million children and youth were out of school in 2023. So just to put that in perspective, that is like the total, almost like the total population of Nigeria. So that's a very scary statistics. So the majority of these children live in conflict-affected or underserved regions. This reality underscores an urgent need for innovative solutions to bridge the gap and ensure equitable access to quality education for all, in line with the Sustainable Development Goals. So kids like you that are here, you are among the privileged, and you should really make the best of this and help to contribute towards, education reaching to your fellow children. It is a critical role, it is critical to recognize the role of AI as a transformative force that has the potential to redefine the way we approach education, particularly in underserved regions where traditional systems struggle to reach. The educational divide poses a big challenge to peace. Furthermore, underserved areas often grapple with a lack of infrastructure, trained educators, and accessible resources. These disparities not only deprive the citizens in these areas of opportunities, but also fuel cycles of poverty, inequity, and conflict. The World Bank estimates that 9% increase in hourly earnings occur for every extra year of schooling globally. This clearly indicates the power of education as a tool for socio-economic development. So this clearly shows that the more education you have, the more you are empowered to be financially independent. Bridging the divide and achieving educational equity requires us to think beyond traditional classrooms and curricula. It demands scalable, adaptable, and inclusive solutions, a challenge that AI is uniquely positioned to address. There are a couple of ways through which AI can enhance education in underserved areas. So just to give a few examples, AI has the capability to provide personalized learning. to meet the diverse needs of individual learners. This capacity, this capability is especially impactful in areas where classrooms often lack the resources to address diverse learning needs. So imagine a child in a remote village learning mathematics at their own pace and guided by an AI tutor that is available 24/7. So compare that with the current situation where that child attends a classroom and he's barely able to see or even hear the teacher, and this is just for a very short period. So these are two very different and scenarios. Secondly, AI has the capability of breaking down barriers of language, which often hinder education in multicultural and multilingual regions like Nigeria. This can be achieved through AI-powered translation tools and language learning applications that can enable students to access content in their native languages. So as we speak, these technologies already exist, and I always say that forums like this should really, look at why are we not using these technologies enough? How can we use these technologies? What can we do? What is the role of government? What is the role of development partners? What is even the role of citizens, ordinary citizens, in making sure that we take advantage of existing technologies? On teacher support and training, AI can play a supplementary role, especially in regions where trained teachers are scarce. In addition, AI-driven training modules can be deployed to upscale and equip teachers in remote areas. Critical to achieving all of this is expanding access through digital infrastructure. Leveraging AI in education requires digital connectivity for sure. As such, the Ministry of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy has come up with a number of projects to ensure that there is connectivity across local governments. One of such is the Project 774 LG connectivity and deployment of fiber optic cables across the country. So it is up to us, members of the community, to take advantage of these facilities. There's a chance that many of us sitting here, there is now internet connectivity in their local government headquarters through these projects. What are we doing with this infrastructure? In addition, our digital literacy and talent development initiatives are aimed at ensuring that the communities we serve are not only receiving an education, but are also equipped with essential skills to thrive in the global digital economy. Because digital literacy in today's world is also an essential life skill. Digital literacy goes beyond computer skills. It is about ensuring that individuals can access, navigate, and use technology in ways that enhance their lives and prospects. So it's not just about being able to use these devices. The most important is how is that ability impacting your life? How is it giving you a better livelihood? So that is the focus of digital literacy. MITDA launched a digital literacy for all initiative, which aims to empower Nigerians in essential digital skills required to thrive in our increasingly technology-driven world. We have three programs under the DL for All. The first is the DL for All Informal Sector Program, through which we are partnering with NYSC to deliver digital literacy training to Nigerians, not bringing them out of their comfort zone, but meeting them in their comfort zone and teaching them skills that they can immediately use to improve their livelihoods. Through this initiative, we partnered with NYSC, and we currently have over 1,000 NYSC members that every week go out there, physically train Nigerian citizens. We also have a program for the workforce and also a program for the education sector. We have already included digital literacy, so those of you that are students from next academic session, in your schools, you are going to be offering a subject called digital literacy, and it's not going to be similar to the subjects that we currently offer, where most of the activity happens theoretically. This is a more practical type of subject where you are going to be able to learn key skills that you actually need when you come out of school. You are going to learn how to use important applications for productivity. I'm sure that a lot of you already know how to use some of these applications, but you are also going to learn much more how to collaborate with others online, how to use AI to increase your productivity, and so on. So while the potential of AI is immense, its implementation must be guided by principles of equity, inclusivity, and ethics. Data privacy, algorithmic biases, and access disparities are challenges that demand our attention. And these are challenges that we are currently looking into. So collaboration has to occur between government, between tech companies, and educators. So this is crucial to ensure AI serves as a tool for empowerment rather than exclusion. To achieve lasting peace through educational equity, we must strategically invest in digital infrastructure to enable underserved areas connect, prioritize the development of culturally relevant and inclusive AI systems, foster public-private partnerships to scale impactful AI solutions, and empower local educators and communities to co-create AI-based initiatives that address unique challenges. So these are things that we would like to see as outcomes of, again, events like this. So if we are invited next year, for example, before I come, I'll be asking Motorayo, how many government stakeholders have you partnered with? How many other partners have you worked with? To ensure that our gathering here and all the important speeches delivered are not just one of those things, not just for coming here and meeting, but actually to make impact. So in conclusion, education is our most powerful weapon against ignorance, inequality, and conflict. By harnessing the potential of AI, we can bring quality learning to the most remote and underserved corners of the world, paving the way for a more peaceful and equitable future. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, sir. That was a very wonderful keynote. I would just like to highlight some of the main points he made, right? He mentioned that the government are laying fiber optic cable, right? That's to foster internet connection in these underserved areas so that people not only have access to the internet, but they have access to quality internet, right? Important high-speed internet is very, very important to have quality internet connection to even be able to leverage artificial intelligence. He also mentioned that government, through the partnership with NYSC, have embarked on a digital literacy program where corpers go every week, right, to teach people, to enlighten them about how to use digital tools, right? So I think that is very, very noteworthy. He also mentioned that in the underserved areas, right, like the north, for example, there is a challenge of manpower over there, right? And he mentioned how AI can be used to leverage education in those areas where people from those areas have access to an AI tutor that is going to be able to teach and upskill them at their own pace. I think these are very, very wonderful applications and very, very amazing use cases of AI. And the more we can get this out to people, right, the more the country is going to be developed. So this is really a call to everyone present here, right, to support the government, also to private individuals and private companies to enforce or foster partnerships, right, between organizations so that we can drive this. When we all come together, right, to achieve this, I believe we are going to move very, very fast. So it will not just be the speakers talking, we are going to engage the audience. If you remember in the beginning, I was asking, how many of you have heard of AI? How many of you have interacted with AI, right? So I'm going to be asking very randomly, and I'm going to be asking the students especially. I saw your hands up, right? I saw your hands up when you waved. And so they are going to be telling us, so how have you interacted with AI and what did you use AI for? Like, what AI tools have you come across? What AI tools have you used? And why did you use it? What did you use it for? So prepare as I come to you. I'll just pick randomly. Or do we have any volunteers before I pick randomly? Okay. Just introduce yourself and let us.
My name is Sophia Lewis, and I've used AI to do my assignments.
Thank you for that very honest response. Please a round of applause for her. All right. Introduce yourself.
My name is Farah Nwandu, and I've used AI for my assignments and projects.
All right. Please a round of applause for her too. Oh, the other extension, I'm coming for you. All right. So can you introduce yourself and tell us how you use it?
My name is Sophia. I've used AI to check my results and copy notes and share it.
All right. A round of applause for her.
My name is Victory. I've used AI to prepare assignments.
All right. A round of applause for everyone, please. Now, we did this activity to show us that even the youths, the young ones, are very much aware of the capacity and the capabilities of AI, right? So they know how to leverage it to solve their problems. All they need is a little stewardship and direction into more use cases and applications. And I believe that there is really a bright future for us as a country. We are going to be introducing our next speaker, right? Our next speaker is Mr. Chikwadi Mirela. He has a rich background in educational development and a passion for creating impactful change. Mr. Mirela has been instrumental in advancing educational initiatives in Nigeria. His work with the British Council has led to numerous successful projects in enhancing educational opportunities and fostering global connections. He is well represented by Mr. Daniel. Can you please give him a round of applause as he comes up? Welcome, sir.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Francis Daniel. I'm the head of English and Schools programs for the British Council. Tikode has asked me to read this speech on his behalf as he's unavoidably absent. Before I read the speech, there is an audio I want to play too. He told me the joke and he said he wished he was here to share. I don't know if it's a joke, but I have also used AI, and I'm going to show you what I use AI to do. So, how many of you have flown in a plane before, fly airports, and so on? Been on a plane before? Now, imagine what happens. You enter the plane, usually you will not see the captain, right? You see everybody else. And then you sit down, you wear a seatbelt and everything is fine, and then the announcement comes over the audio. And then the pilot will say, this is Captain So. I'm the pilot for this flight.
This is your captain speaking. Today, I am delighted to inform you that I will be flying the plane with the assistance of advanced artificial intelligence systems from my house. Welcome aboard Nigeria Airways Flight 00052 on behalf of the flight crew. I will use this intelligence system protocol to enhance safety, optimize flight paths, and improve efficiency, ensuring smoother and more secure flights. We anticipate landing in Abuja at 10:30 local time. Thank you for choosing to fly with us today.
Yeah, so I read the joke from Tikodi, and I use AI to generate voice. So basically, two things that we're trying to talk about. Yeah, we can use AI for a lot of things, but most importantly, it gives us an insight into where the world is going. There was a time where, during my NYC, for example, I served in Borno State, and my local government was like about 60 kilometers away from Maiduguri, where my bank was First Bank, which was fine. And of course, there was no way you could get your allowance other than to go to the bank physically. I still have my bank book. It's actually a piece of paper, laminated and clipped together. The cashier would write it in with biro, so they calculate how much you have, write it out with biro, and then you withdraw, and then you write it out with biro and you go with it. That was back in 2002, 2003. 10 years down the line, you can send somebody with your ATM card, give them your PIN, and then you can withdraw it. Today, you can just walk down the street to the POS and withdraw your money. We're not even talking AI yet. This is just basic technology. Now, so much is changing, and around all of this is stakeholders like the minister and our friends from NIDA, and the work that British Council and a lot of other partners are doing in making this happen. Again, you'll excuse me before I take the speech again. When you ask how many of us have used AI, and I'm assuming that we are all here in Abuja, and it's easy for us to say we have used AI. There are people here in this Abuja who may not have seen electricity in the past 3 or 4 days. There are people whose homes are not even connected to electricity. Now, are we going to say that because we don't have access, therefore we should wait before we have access? No, we're not going to wait for them. And the world is not going to wait for them the same way the world is not going to wait for us. But like the previous speakers have mentioned, if you and I can leverage the knowledge and the skills that we have, then we stand in a better position to support and to help people who are not connected. And I think that's the message of the presentation that I have here from Chikodi. How do we make AI available in on the served areas? It may not be the technology that is available there, but the knowledge and the skill that you have, you can deliver that, and teachers come in greatly to bridge that gap. So distinguished guests, honored panelists and speakers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It was with great pleasure and profound sense of purpose that I stand before you at this year's World Education Conference. I extend my warmest greetings and best wishes to you all as we embark on what promises to be transformative, thought-provoking gathering. I am honored to contribute to this important dialogue under the theme Learning for Lasting Peace, Educational Equity through AI Tools for Advancing Education in Underserved Areas. Education is a cornerstone of peace, progress, and prosperity. It is the bridge that connects potential to opportunity. It is the foundation upon which equitable societies are built. However, for millions of children and young people in underserved areas, this bridge remains elusive, blocked by barriers of inequity, inadequate infrastructure, and systemic challenges. The rapid evolution of artificial intelligence and digital technologies offers a unique opportunity to dismantle these barriers and reimagine education. Through innovative approaches, AI can enable us to create pathways of learning that are accessible, inclusive, and equitable. The role of AI in advancing education. The integration of AI into education holds transformative potential, particularly for underserved areas. Allow me to highlight 3 critical ways in which AI can drive education equity. Personal learning. AI-powered tools can tailor educational content to unique needs and abilities and learning styles of each student. The ability ensures that learners, regardless of their location or circumstance, receive support they need and progress in their education. One of our students here mentioned that she used AI to do her assignment. It's one other way. Is there anybody here who is learning on Duolingo, learning language, the language too? Yeah, it's becoming popular now. It's one, and it's really not that much. So personal development, personal growth, and all of that, AI can provide opportunities for you to access learning in opportunities where, or in places where you do not have access to a regular school, for example. Then expanded access. AI facilitates access to quality education in remote and underserved areas by providing digital learning resources, virtual classrooms, and real-time translation tools. These innovations break down geographical linguistic barriers, ensuring that no learner is left behind. Expanding access. So we're talking about where there is no access to quality education. How does AI help? Now, you may not have teachers in rural areas, for example, but you may just have radio, and somebody, a teacher in the city or in a classroom anywhere on earth, would be able to use those resources and transmit learning to where you are, and you can access learning through that. Teacher empowerment. Teacher empowerment is one of the great areas where the British Council is working. And I think between 2022 and 2023, we've been able to roll out and train over 180 master trainers in delivering lectures and learning online. And these 180 master trainers have been able to deliver training to over 25,000 teachers across the country now. And in addition to that, we'll be working with NIPDA and friends from other agencies in Nigeria to expand these opportunities. And I think one of the major achievements that we've had in the last 1 year is the introduction of digital literacy in the minimum standards for colleges of education in Nigeria. I thought you should clap for that. It was a difficult process when we started about November last year, and the argument was, why are you providing digital literacy for teacher training in school where most schools are not connected to electricity? And we said, well, for one, we need teachers to know, because if we're already writing JAM on the computer, and the fact that we do not have electricity in our school is not stopping that from happening, then the time is going to come where we'll be required to do that. And less than a year after that, NEIDC approved digital literacy as a subject in basic education now. So in the next 3-4 years, teachers that will be coming out of colleges of education would have some skills in digital literacy that would that will support AI and ICT education in our schools. The British Council mission has always been to create opportunities and build connections and foster understanding. In Nigeria, this commitment is amplified through our initiative to promote English language teaching and learning, school leadership, and access to education, and leveraging ICT for digital education. We are proud to support the federal government effort in integrating digital literacy into education, ensuring that teachers are equipped with the skills to harness AI-driven tools for impactful teaching and learning. Our partnership with NIPDA, UBEC, NCCE, TRCN, and NEIDC reflect our dedication to strengthening the teaching of English language, education leadership, and enhancing teaching and learning and for development and implementing gender-sensitive and gender-responsive policies in education. Through these collaborations, we've provided capacity building training for over 20,000 teachers and school leaders in English and instructional pedagogy and digital literacy for over 6,000 teachers, and partnered with the NCC to adopt digital literacy functional models into pre-service teacher training to program to support and ensure successful delivery of the new digital literacy curriculum in Nigeria. We have also continued to engage and support teachers network and educators through our community of practice platform. We have our teachers, our trained teachers and teacher educators on Facebook, WhatsApp, and Telegram. And through these platforms, we connect them to our Teach English Africa website, where they have access to global teaching and learning material, conferences, and workshops that they can use for their own professional development and also for classroom instruction. Achieving lasting peace through education requires collective action. Government, educators, private sector leaders, policymakers, development partners must work together to ensure that AI is deployed ethically and inclusively. Investment in infrastructure, teacher training, and localized AI solutions are critical to achieving this vision. As we deliberate today, let us remember that education is not merely a tool for imparting knowledge. It is a force for healing, for empowerment, and for transformation. By addressing these unique inequalities that perpetuate conflict and exclusion, we have paved the way for a future where every child can learn and grow and contribute to their community. In closing, I must commend the organizers of World Education Day 2025, Women of It, for providing this platform to explore the intersections of education, technology, and equity. Let this conference inspire us to take bold steps, forge meaningful partnerships, commit to action that would make educational equity a reality for all. Together, we can harness the power of AI to advance learning for lasting peace and create a world where no learner is left behind. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Daniel. That was an amazing speech, right? And it is very, very interesting to see the giant strides and the impact that the British Council has been doing, the activities, the work, their impact on the Nigerian educational space. You could see that they are focusing mainly on teachers, right? Educating the educators, right? It is very, very important because you have to have a very good foundation to be able to cascade these learnings, right, down to the younger persons. So the investment and the strategies in implementing digital literacy all across the country and also educating the educators, which are the teachers, is really, really remarkable and commendable. So I would like to quickly just call Ms. Motunayo, the representative from the DJ of Linda and Ms. Miriam for a quick photo roll on the stage so we can proceed to the next item on the session. So please come forward. Ms. Motunayo, Ms. Miriam. Cameras, please.
Which is better, photographer? Some will be. Okay, let's stay down. It's still okay down. No, it will still take. Yeah. If we even take it like this, we'll take the caption.
It will get the caption.
If they climb up, they'll block the caption. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, except if others want to. We'll have a session. Actually.
All right, so every other speaker, can you please come forward? Yes, yes, come forward.
Arrange us well. Arrange us well.
Let's see how you look.
No, sorry, yeah. Sorry, sir, can we switch? Hello, sir. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right then. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. All right, so it will not be like I am biased, right? It will not be like I'm focusing too much on the youths. He clearly pointed out that he has used AI before. So I'm also going to be asking some people in the audience how you have interacted with AI before, what tools you've actually used, and What was your purpose while interacting with AI? So we are going to do that very quickly. Alright. So introduce yourself and explain the AI to you.
Okay, good morning everybody. My name is Sandra Mahana. So I have used AI to generate presentation slides. That's like general AI. I've used AI to generate images, Meta and some other tools. I've used AI to analyze documents, ChatGPT, upload documents, analyze. I've used AI to generate and compare ideas, audio and voice generation, internet search analysis. So everybody knows if you go on Google now, the first thing you see is the AI analysis of all the responses. So AI just gives you a quick overview, search and learn new contents and image editing as well.
Can you please give her a round of applause? I can't hear. Please give her a round of applause. You can see that she's a very avid user of AI. And she has even listed some things that you could do with AI that I didn't even know. So I hope you are listening and you are learning about what you could actually do with AI and how you could leverage AI. So we are going to have one more person. You. Introduce yourself.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Fasasi Sadiq. Most of the time when I'm applying for some international fellowship, they ask me some rigorous questions, cracking my head, figuring it out. I use AI, to give me some prompts on how to actually go about it. Then I fine tune it so that it will not just be like overrun AI. Thank you.
A round of applause for him, please. Please, a round of applause. A round of applause for him. All right. So finally, can you tell us what AI tool you used and what you used before?
My name is Jane. I've used AI for Google Assistant to generate information like Siri.
A round of applause for her, please. Thank you so much. So the reason why we do this is to actually see. So, for example, students, you could see that most of you said that you use AI to answer your to help with your assignment and homework. You could also use it to learn the language, right? You could use it for information analysis, use it to generate images, right? There are so many different applications of artificial intelligence. That's why we are asking people, that's why we are inquiring from you, because people that have used it are actually the ones that can tell you the different and the amazing ways you could use or leverage artificial intelligence. All right, so we'll be moving to the next session, which is our program update on the Global Learning Exchange Platform. And we're going to be calling our speakers. So first, as I call them, please welcome them with a standing with a clapping ovation, right? So as I call your name, please come and take a seat, and we're just going to have a discussion. So please join me in welcoming Ms. Motorayo Kwainka. Sorry. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Ebere Okoro from AWS Skills Center. And please join me in welcoming Mr. Cedric Guadio from Fojechai. Mr. Cedric. And finally, please join me in welcoming Mr. Atifawa from EAT, ably represented by Mr. Abdul Ahmad.
Unfortunately, one of our panelists has just got news that he lost his dad, so he will be unable, I think all the emotions, he will be unable to join the panel session, so we'll excuse him and we will, we will have to be without him, so thank you very much.
All right, please accept our condolences. Please accept our condolences. It is well. All right. All right. So, just to have a brief introduction of our speakers. Here. All right. All right. So, Mr. Atif Fawaz is the Executive Director for eHealth Africa. He's a visionary leader dedicated to transforming healthcare through technology and innovation. Atif brings unmatched expertise and a wealth of experience in advancing digital solutions to tackle healthcare challenges. He is ably represented by Mr. Ahmad. Right?
Okay. Yeah. The name is Abdul Hamid. So I'm stepping in for the ED Executive Director, who unavailably has to be absent, but he really sends his regrets. So I'm the Deputy Director for Global Health Informatics at eHealth Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause for him, please. All right, Ms. Motunari Okainka is our convener and CEO and founder of Women of It. It's because of how we gathered here today, so a round of applause for her, please. Finally, I'm introducing Ms. Ebere Okoro. She's a driving force for Amazon Web Services, AWS, an accomplished INAD technology professional with an astute 20 years history. 20-year history of experiential solution and value-driven consultative sales with leading global system integrator organizations, Fortune 500 companies, and small entrepreneurial businesses. She's currently a senior partner success manager at AWS. She's driven with passion for innovation and commitment to educational equity. Please join me in welcoming Miss Ibera Nkoro. All right, so I'll be asking a couple of questions. Right? We are talking about the global learning exchange platform. All right, so my first question goes to Ms. Motsara. Right? Would you provide an update on the progress of the Women Innovate Global Learning Exchange platform since it launched, and what specific impact has it had targeting beneficiaries in underserved communities?
Thank you very much. So GLEX stands for Global Learning Exchange Platform. We launched this last year to mark the third edition of this education conference because we believe that it will promote collaboration for academia. We can learn from each other. It will promote knowledge sharing and cultural exchange amongst educators as well as students and institutions worldwide. As a result of that, unfortunately, like I said, the Fujika people from Côte d'Ivoire, they are one of the partners that are on the Global Exchange Program from Côte d'Ivoire. So we have exchange learning with them. In addition to that, we have strategic partnership with AWS as on that program as well as an exchange platform. In fact, for us, it is very, very key. We are an ALC for the 3MTT where we're upscaling our youth on cloud computing and DevOps
And this partnership with AWS was a key one for us because then our fellows also have had some critical learning from AWS to have hands-on knowledge and to get certified as cloud practitioners. So the Global Exchange platform has been very, very key to us and has launched us forward in the impact, delivering impact to beneficiaries. We also have the American Embassy on board. Our partnership with EF Africa also sits on this initiative. Last year, we delivered on Empowered Women Community Program in Kano, where we upskilled women in digital skills that can help them thrive in the society and offer them internships in companies that will take them on. So it's a plus to us, and we hope to continue to build on this because we believe, learning is a continuum, and we have a lot to learn from each other. In terms of trends, for example, with our partners across our global partners, we believe we can learn in the regional things that are a benefit to them, so we also can pick on their learnings and apply them to education in our terrain. So that's been our progress so far. Thank you.
Thank you. Round of applause for our. So you can see that not only are we empowering ourselves, we are also spreading our tentacles, right, across the entire Africa, the international borders, right? So, as she mentioned, our partnership with Fojekai, Mr. Sergi Kouadio from Cote d'Ivoire. She also mentioned the partnership with some of our partners, AWS Skill Center, Cape Town. So, I think that's very, very amazing. All right, my next question goes to Ms. Iberi. How does AWS leverage AI and cloud technology to personalize learning experiences for diverse learners, especially in underserved areas?
Hello, everyone. Okay, something has to be done about that because of the video. Can you hear me? So hello, everyone. I'm especially happy to see the mix of audience here. And to respond to that question, I might do just a bit of basic explaining, saying even understanding what cloud is, first of all. Now, to solve a problem before, you would go ahead to form a company, start buying servers and all those things. But the idea of cloud infrastructure is you could be there thinking of, you have an idea and you simply go online to click and turn on the resources you need to solve that problem. So first is that cloud already has broken down the barrier of accessing technology, first of all. And AWS is the leader in cloud infrastructure. So now the next level is, one of our speakers talked earlier about, it's not just technology. It's when you're solving a problem, it's people, processes, and technology. Technology cannot stand on its own. So, as a student here, as people here, private sector, government, people, there's an expectation that we localize and interpret what the need is in our environment. When we have done that, then AWS partners with us here to innovate and build and solve that problem. And in the AWS infrastructure, first you have infrastructure, and then we now have services. Services like AWS Personalized SageMaker. What do these things do? Is that they help builders like you. In this room, I know they're future builders, where you're building products that a learner comes online, and as they are learning, you're showing them training programs based on how they're behaving. So you give them the first training, they respond in a certain way, the system kind of guesses the skill and ability of that trainer and then puts forward the next subject they should go to. So it's learning the behavior of that trainer, the learning ability, and putting forward what they should do. These are products that have been
built based on AWS services. So now to talk about like underserved, areas, partners, like we innovate, are the people who understand because AWS isn't a local company, but these solutions are tailored to the needs that we have. So when builders who understand who understand where these underserved areas are and understand what is required and want to build that solution, they leverage programs like AWS credits. AWS credits is that when you use AWS services, you basically start paying for these services. But AWS has programs where if you come up and say, look, I want to solve a problem, especially in underserved areas, help them grow skills and all, and put together the right application. There are different programs that you can have, and then you access. Currently, there's an equity program that is up to $100 million, but that's a global funding. But a company, or rather an organization, NGO or government can access that funding if you put together the right program, the right documents to get access to credits. In form of credits, we also have solution architects that are working with you to look at that solution, architect it in a way that you're not spending too much. So, all of this information, Innovate is available to, provide more of that. But we partner with local people, we partner with local organizations to understand where the gaps are. Then we bring the technology with you to solve that problem. So those are some of the things, that currently exist, to reach the underserved areas.
A round of applause for her. Thank you so much. It's very important to note that though AWS is a global company, they have interest in providing solutions to local environments, to every geographical location like Nigeria. And you can hear from some of the things she highlighted what they will be doing in the form of credits and all. Thank you so much once again for that question. Mr. Abdulrahman, I want to ask, how has EHA Academy empowered youth with digital skills? And what role has your partnership with Women Innovate played in this success?
Yeah, thank you very much, distinguished guests, organizer, relevant audience, including our students. I think permit me to write an existing protocol. So we appreciate, thanks once again to the organizer for giving us the opportunity to participate in this wonderful program. So I like to start with a story usually because that will paint the picture better. So back in 2009, 2010, EF Africa was at its infancy or nascent stage, but we're still opportune to have a couple of projects in a couple of countries. And because what we do basically is strengthening health systems, responding to public health emergency through the use of technology or data-driven solution, we faced a significant challenge. And what is this challenge? At the local level, we lacked skilled personnel that are able to develop some of these digital solutions for us that we were used to empower health. So we're working, I think, in Guinea and Liberia, and the issue was not far different in Nigeria as well. So we thought, as a consensus NGO, we had to respond, and our response was what was going to be EHA Academy about 5 or 6 years later. But before then, in 2016, when we launched EHA Academy, we had to solve the problem informally, ad hoc measures. So we tried to bring all of these ad hoc measures, bring them together, integrate them into a single solution, which we call EHA Academy in 2016. So it's a simple mission. Provide 6 months academic training, software development, make sure the people have, all we require from the people is make sure they have access to personal computers, access to regular internet, and they have some basic level of logical reasoning. We are going to test you that you can reason logically. If not, you will not be able to do programming or software development. That's a given. So we do the test, and then we're going to give you mentorship because we realize that without mentorship, software development can be very difficult. There are situations where you put in 10 hours to write a code snippet. After you put in the 10 hours, you now realize that you have nothing. The code doesn't work. So you have to start from the scratch. And that's when people run away. We've had situations where people from there, they jump straight to business and economics. So we didn't want that to happen. Every discipline has its importance. But if you already made up your mind you want to be a software engineer, we want to be there to help you from the journey from the beginning to the end. So what we did was the mentorship program. Every student will have a mentor. So the mentor guides you through. Instead of spending 10 hours during your first 1 or 2 hours, don't spend too much time. lean on the mentor guides you so that your 10 hours becomes 3 hours. It becomes more encouraging for you. So that's what has led us to have increased completion rate. So people were not dropping out of the program as they used to eventually. And because this one I need to look at the numbers, you permit me to now look at the screen. So I can put all of these numbers in my head. So from 2016, we were able to get 15 graduates. And 2018, we got about 40 graduates. 2019, 17. 2021, 15. 2022, 17. 2023, 23. And then 2024, we had 42 graduates. You can see the number increasing. So apart from the mentorship, we have placements for internships. If you just train people, they acquire skills, and you don't help them find where to use those skills, you are creating more problems sometimes than results that you are solving. So that's why we create the internship program. So you have the skills for 6 months, you have another opportunity for 6 months internship, where we place you either with our organization, since we do a lot of digital solutions, or we find sister companies that do the same where you go in. And that's why I want you to please put a big round of applause for that. So for partnership, they've been very crucial in terms of placements for internships. You can see that I've laid down the foundation, how we go process by process. If you finish all of your recruitments, you train people, you put them on academy, and the internship, they don't see where to practice. You've not done part of your job. So that's where Innovate has been very crucial. They've been helping us with placement for these particular graduates. So the last information I'll talk about is just this, I think it's the slide just to tell us what it looks like currently. We've had 6 cohorts so far, and in total, so in total we've had 6, and we've number of applications is about 3,900, almost 4,000 applications. Number of participants has been about 353 that completed the program in total, and we've been able to place over 30 for
a round of applause, please.
So out of this, we've also been able to employ about 20 for full-time employment. And what is really interesting about this is the fact that some of the earlier graduates that are now passed through the mentorship, passed through the internship, and are now full-time employees, they are now training the new academic students. That's fantastic. Yeah, so there's no other, what do we call, testimony that is greater than that. You went through the program, and you are now helping to train upcoming interns. So that's it. And the last thing I would say is testimonials. Might not read the testimonial because of time, but we have one from Sabina Mubarak. She joined all the way from Egypt. She participated, so it's a global academy as it is right now. You don't have to be within the confines of the country, Nigeria. You can join from anywhere. She sent her testimonial here, which I'm not going to read because of time. And then there's Dr. Cynthia Nabukanda, who is a medical doctor. She joined from Kenya as well. So we have all of these testimonies from them. So thank you very much.
A round of applause for you. Many of you may not understand, I'm a software engineer, so I understand how difficult it is to train people. I understand how difficult the training could be. And their solution of providing mentors is brilliant. Because instead of struggling by yourself, right? Instead of struggling by yourself, you have the opportunity to leverage on people that have gone before you, people that are more knowledgeable than you. So it makes it very, very easy, right? It makes it extremely easy for you to learn faster. And the numbers over the years too have been consistent. They didn't stop the program, there was no break, it has been consistent. So that's really amazing. Round of applause for them once again. My next question is from Ms. Motonari. Right? So what are the next steps to scale impact? And how do you plan to ensure the learning platform remains sustainable in the long term?
Thank you very much. So like I said, the key components of the Global Learning Exchange platform are cross-cultural collaboration, digital resource of virtual learning experiences, professional development opportunities, inclusive access, global challenge initiatives, metrics and assessments, and of course, partnerships. In terms of the sustainability, we've actually identified some strategic partners to work with in terms of what we need to do, and we are bringing them on board gradually. It's to scale that and get more partners on board. Like I said, in terms of traction, as of last year, um, some of those key strategic partners, of course, AWS Skills Center in Cape Town, AWS as a whole, eHealth Africa has a role to play for us. For JECI in Cote d'Ivoire, we have scaled to South Africa, so currently we are operational in South Africa through a partner company, and we're looking at extending that to Kenya, Tanzania, because the more robust the platform is, the more we can gain out of it and the more beneficial it gets to all. So in terms of the sustainability, it's in those strategic partnerships. And then, like I said, we can't do it alone. It's get more people on board. Another key insight was last year, the robotics competition. We mentored some students to partake in that in the national robotics competition. And some of those students schools actually won, and they represented Nigeria in Geneva. The same thing is happening this year, where at the moment there's a robotic competitions also being put together, and it's to help us, catch them young. It's important that we leverage and we integrate technology right from foundational stage, and that is proving successful, and we hope to further develop on that.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for us. So it is a collaborative effort, right? It is not just a one-man thing, it's a collaborative effort, and it is very, very interesting with the amount of partners and the number of partners that Women Innovate is working with to basically reach more people, right? So that's amazing. Thank you once again, ma'am. All right, Miss Ebere. My final question to you is, can you highlight any key collaboration AWS has initiated to enhance digital learning equity through platforms like the AWS Skills Center?
Firstly, is outside of the virtual ways that we have to learn. For the students, I'd like you to take note of AWS Skill Builder as something to visit online, and then AWS Cloud Quest. If you really like interactive kind of learning, those are two things I'd like you to note. The AWS Skills Center's mission is that we believe cloud computing education is one of the most impactful opportunities for professional growth. Our mission is to invite new foundational learners to discover, learn, and build with us to pursue their potential in the cloud. Now, typically, we have addressed the learning virtually, but then AWS Skills Center is a physical location, and it's somewhere that anyone can walk into. You don't have to, you can actually go online and book your time and go there. And there are only 3 in the world. There are 2 in America and 1 in South Africa. These are large, these are investments, so it's not stuff that can spread so quickly everywhere, but at least we have 1 in Africa. And then when you talk of partnerships, first is that the Skills Center, anyone can walk in, but then the partnership is required because some people, because it's in a physical location, some people don't know. So partners like Women Innovate go into communities, find out the skills gap, identify those people, and put together a program and bring them to that skills center. So and there are many partners in these areas. She's now found partnerships in South Africa for the purpose of reaching through there, and then even being like a Nigerian first of all, but that is like where we bring that people, process, technology. So the facility has been built, but the partnership of finding these skill gaps, now wrapping up a community program around the learning. And that is how that center begins to benefit underserved areas, because on its own, it's a walking free. If you can get yourself to South Africa, fine. And even here from Nigeria, maybe as an individual, you source funding from people, identify people and take them there. They get the program, and then they get trained and they get the skills that they need in cloud computing that helps them to compete better, in the world. So these are the partnerships that we depend on people, one-on-one people, to drive these programs, and we continue to make those physical, investments. So that's how we do.
A round of applause for our round of applause.
Sorry, can I add to that? I mean, as a testimonial, already this January, we had 118 students go through a program that's put together by AWS Skill Center in Cape Town. And like I said, it's beyond borders. You don't have to be physically there. The classes were done remotely, and we had, students logging into their classes on a daily basis. So we're already leveraging on that.
Thank you. A round of applause once again. It's really, really amazing to see how Africa's skill center, right, in South Africa, and it's not only limited to people in South Africa. People from anywhere can just go online and book a slot in class and actually participate. That's really, really amazing. Thank you so much. All right, Mr. Abdul my final question to you is, what challenges have you faced in scaling the impact of EHA's academic program? And what are the key lessons you've learned?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think to start with the challenges, there are a lot of challenges. Number one, I did mention that the entire 6 months program plus the internship and everything is 100% free, FREE. So it means you are going to have problems with sustainability. When you try to talk to partners, apart from people that have been reasonable, like Women of Aid that joined us in partnership, most people, the conversation for partnership was positive till they ask you, how much are you charging the students? And when they ask you how much are you charging the students, and you say, no, it's free of charge, then they say, free of charge, where would the money come from? And they hear there's no money. You won't see them again. So that has been part of the challenge. So only people that understand impact, building societal values, giving back to the community, like Women of Aid. That's why I asked you for a big round of applause. They can, because they understand all of these concepts and impact, right? You want to give back to your community. There was a time when we had almost 100 expatriates working at EHA for us. Most of them is what? DevOps engineering, advanced data analytics, software development, mobile and web application, and all of these things. But now we are very proud. We've scaled that down. We've been able to build local capacity. So all of that money that we needed to pay expatriates now goes within the local economy. So that's very, it's a positive impact for the environment. So we don't care for as long as possible. We are going to continue to sponsor the academy from beginning to the end, through also partnerships, like I said, with Women of Aid and others. We are going to drive that irrespective of whether there's sponsor or not. Then secondly, you come to the students again where the Nigerian factor affects them. You've done your screening, you have 1,000 applicants, you screen, you get down to 20, 30. Then of the 30 that you are devoting your time training, giving in-person classes plus online classes plus mentorship with the opportunity for internship, you find out that no matter how hard you screen, you are still going to have some wrong students. Yes. Some will start after 1 month, 2 months, even with mentorship, they are gone. What is the problem? Some have personal family issues. There's nothing you can do about that. We are Nigerians, we understand that. And they are gone. Some are students, they even withdraw from their students, from their university. What are you going to talk about them just because they live an academic program that is entirely voluntary? We've had cases where some were students and they even couldn't continue their studies in the university. So what are you going to do about that? So these are some of the challenges. We know that eventually when we came up with the fact that you have to show us, prove to us you have access to computer. Some of them go and borrow computer during our audit session. So when you pass and you think, yes, okay, Mr. A, Mrs. B, she has a computer. 1 week down the class, you're giving assignments, this person cannot do assignments. Because there is no way you can do software, do your praying. I don't know whether you pray, how prayers will help you in this case. No matter what you do, you have to have a computer to practice what you learn. It's as simple and straightforward. But some are stubborn, they don't have a computer, but they find a way to deceive us. Oh, they just borrow, and then after a week or two, you run into problems. So part of what we are talking with other partners as well is how we can even give out this device devices to people. So if they want to help the world, better not do that, bend yourself backwards to achieve that as well. So sustainability, getting place for internship is another key development. Like I said, it's helping, but we also need more because if we can place all of the candidates, we'll be happier. Right now, it's not all of the candidates that we're able to place. So if we don't feel happy when we give you the training, and eventually you don't have somewhere to practice your training. So if you ask me, government support for sustainability, more partnership to drive internship and mentorship as well, because you can be a mentor for them. You don't have to come from EHE. Then how do we make these students provide an enabling environment for them? Some are eager to learn, but when they go home, there is no electricity, there is no power. They have a laptop, they've got laptop, then they couldn't charge the laptop, they don't have access to regular internet. How we can help provide an enabling environment? If you ask me, these are the points of issues that we have.
A round of applause for him. Thank you so much. I can assure you that we have very capable people amidst us today. They have listened to your problems and I know there will be solutions to those challenges. All right. Thank you so much, my speakers. Thank you so much. It was really, really nice speaking to you. We'll just take one question. Do we have anybody that has a simple question? Do we have any question? Any question? All right. So if you don't have a question, I have my own question. I have my own question. Since you don't have a question. All right. So my question is, what action do you believe, what key action do you believe is critical to advancing educational equity through digital learning platforms, right? What do you think is important to making education available for everybody through digital platforms? Is there anybody that wants to answer or pick? So answer or pick. You're all looking good and fine and fresh, so I'm just going to pick at my discretion. All right, sir.
I'm about to do something. No.
All right. So, what key factor is important in improving educational equity through digital learning platforms? Like, how can we use virtual platforms, right, to enhance educational equity across? So, for example, you're in Kano, right, and for example, what we shared, there's an AWS training happening in South Africa, Cape Town. So, what factor? How do you suggest somebody can basically attend or utilize the opportunity? What do you suggest, or what avenues can you use to utilize the opportunity?
My name is Robert. Already it has been stated, we have the internet. So the world is a global village. So through partnerships, you can be anywhere in the world and you learn from anywhere. So with the internet and your laptop or even your phone, you can learn from anywhere in the world. So irrespective of where you are, you can learn even in the village. It's just to make the internet available and the other tools like the phone, smartphone, and internet, and you can be part of that.
Please a round of applause for him. Because we're out of time. All right.
Yeah, sorry if I take 1 or 2 more minutes of the time, but it's actually a very important question. Yeah, number one, I think solution providers need to be very intentional about inclusivity. We've seen that in our experiences. You want to create a digital solution to help, but you might end up widening the gap between those that can afford the solution and those that cannot afford the solution, because that's very key. So you make sure you factor in digital inclusivity. If you can create a platform that can be accessed with people to a feature phone that is not necessarily a smartphone, don't put it up. Don't necessarily make the minimum requirement to be a smartphone. Because if you make it a smartphone, you just disenfranchise people that cannot afford the smartphone. So bring your minimum requirement level as low as possible so you can bring everybody onto your platform. So thereby helping to bridge the digital divide rather than increasing the gap. And in this case, there are 2 things you watch out for: physical disability and digital disability. So some are physically challenged. Make sure your software for the blind, for people that cannot see, you have screen accessibility options to help people like that. So you are helping the physical challenge. And at the same time, the digital part is what I say, bring it down to the minimum level where everybody can be digitally enabled to access your platform. The second bit will be the last because of time. there's no way we can have this success of this conversation if the government is not there. There has to be enabling environment, infrastructure. I think Floyd just mentioned the right word. So in other countries like India, they've gone ahead to do what they call digital public infrastructure. Why can't we have access to cheap server services, cheap internet services, all of these resources that we need? The government have to step in. If you have digital public infrastructure, it makes it almost free of charge for people to have access. I've been thinking about that when I saw some of the community centers in Kano. I'm like, okay, what we need to do is let's have these centers where people can go in. If they have absolutely nothing, I can walk in there, I can have access to a computer, have access to internet, have access to power, have access to a cooling environment, because sometimes when it's very hot, you can't even think. So even if it's 3 hours a day that I can have that, for me to be honest with you, it will go a long way. Because I know people that they have the vision, they have the dream, but because they don't have even 1 hour or 2 hours a day where they can study. And that's the end of the dream. And what are we talking about? 230 million people that will soon become 450. Nobody's even talking about that. And half of them, more than half, will be youth. Where's the employment? If you cannot even employ the current 230 million, you're not doing anything. How are you going to employ the remaining 250 million that is going to come in the next at least 30 years? Because by 2050, Nigeria will be about 450 million. So, and the best way to approach it is through digital. That's why I like the 3MM. Yes, it's a very good initiative as well. So that's, sorry you touched something I was very passionate about.
I need to add to that. You're right, I'm equally passionate about that. And when I get the opportunity to be on platforms like this, I like to, share that, it's a collective effort. Infrastructure, very, very key. And then, we're always looking at government. It's not just government. We all have roles to play. We have the venture capitalists. We need money to create things. We have the policymakers to, make the right policies that are beneficial to our people. And, just like with any other technology, the equitable implementation is very, very key. Just like I said, based on assessment, we all are at different levels. Having, for example, we're talking AI now. In our local languages, do you understand? Chat boxes that will speak your language, your lingo, as you understand it, so that everyone is carried along and no one is left behind. So, yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, our speakers. You see that there's a round of applause for them. A round of applause. A round of applause. You can take your leave now. Thank you so much. Okay. So while they take the picture, just to basically elaborate on what you said, right? The goal is to make sure that education and opportunity is available for all, right? You should not be disadvantaged based on your location, based on whatsoever. You should not be disadvantaged. There are opportunities, right? So if the information is available, as long as you are willing and you are able to participate, there should be a level playing field, right? So this goes out to every organization ably represented, both public and private, right? There's a need for partnership and collaboration to ensure that there are working spaces where somebody without any device can just come, do some productive work and go. And if they have access to that over a period of time, the impact of that individual is going to be lasting. For example, Mr. Abdulrahman gave a very powerful instance where expatriates were responsible for the training of new students, right? But as the local people, as the locals became educated and trained, they were able to take over the mentorship. They were able to take over mentoring and take the responsibility to also enlighten a new set and a new generation. So this thing is about passing it down, right? It's all about cascading this impact, passing it down so that people, as much as possible, no matter where they are, no matter what condition they are, no matter what their parents are, have equal access to these opportunities. A round of applause for the speakers once again. All right. I'm going to be calling Mr. Adeyemi Oladeji from UNESCO. Oh, so that's perfect. All right. So we are going to be having our panel session, right? All right. So our next session is the panel session. before the panel session, and ask everyone to just rise up on our feet. I know we've been sitting for a while now, so I know you want to stretch. So can you just stretch? Can you just stretch? Can you take possession of your space and just stretch? You are not moving. Some of you are not moving. Should I come and meet you so everybody will be looking at you? Stretch, 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 stretch. Okay, you want me to lead you out, Abi? All right. Now everyone, hands up. Hands up. Can you wave? Can you wave? To the left, to the right. Can you wave? Can you shake your legs? Can you kick your legs forward a bit? All right, so have your seat, everyone. Thank you for participating. Yeah, I hope we are refreshed now. I hope we are active. Right. So we'll be calling a couple of speakers for our next session. Permit me if I don't read out the profile of the speakers. I don't want the phone interfering with the microphone. So I'm going to be inviting Mr. Abdullahi Bature Mohammed, the co-founder and CEO of Skula, on stage. He's the moderator. Okay. So please, can you a round of applause for him? So you'll be moderating this session.
Hello. Good morning. Good morning. I really love the audience. When I came, I started going back. I saw students. I want to sit behind them. They said, no, sit in front. So today I'm going to be moderating this session. And when I saw the topic, as you open first panel, you see it says understanding the impact equation. And I think that's all. It's okay. I thought of chemistry, okay, for you. When you don't balance your equation, there's going to be wahala. It is not only in chemistry. You find that again in accounting, trial balance. If you don't balance where money come out, where money go, big wahala. So it makes sense that when you want to actually do an intervention, say in underserved communities, to me, the whole Nigeria is an underserved community. So before you go even deeper, down where people are really disadvantaged, if you craft out and design something that is good, you will succeed. So I also wrote this, and I really want to read it, that educational equity is the cornerstone for lasting peace. If people are actually educated, they'll figure out ways to become entrepreneurs, to become useful to their society. And I'm happy to introduce my co-panelists, and I'm sure we're going to have an interesting discussion. Deborah and Albert. She brings entrepreneurial insights into our discussion as the CEO of Asset Ventures, driving scalable solutions or tech solutions. Next, I have Mr. Charles. I would say I don't know that I'm correct. Charles is from Plan International. I've seen a lot of Plan International things, and I'm excited to be one of the people here. They champion systemic, please go ahead, sir. They champion systemic approaches to equity for marginalized groups. And I have Mr. Who is sir? Kabaka.
It will be joining virtually.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'll still read out so that what he's going to do is that he's going to tell us how they leverage impact investment to scale African innovation for social good. And do we have Miss Nana here from AWS? She could be here. I was looking for no wahala. No wahala. So setting a tune for this, that AI can't solve, educational challenges
in isolation. There is a synergy between innovation, financing, partnerships, and supportive policies that holds the key for success. And I've, carved three thematic areas that we're going to discuss. And I think the people that I have, just the three, will do well. We're going to speak around designing AI for social good. How do you design AI, for underserved communities? Another one will be tackling systemic barriers. How do we tackle that? And how do we scale, AI through investments and partnerships? Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. So, Miss Felista, if you are here, please join us. You'll be clapping. So you are going to join us in that discussion. Happy Labs are big ecosystem players, and when you want to reach really down, if Happy Labs is the largest tech hub network, building partnerships to address education gaps. I got invited from an Happy Labs person, which means they really have reach. So I'll join us if the person joining us virtually is ready. Let me still glance. I want to be facing us. I will share the mic so that I will not hear boo boo boo. Okay, before he joins, I don't know whether members of the audience are really thinking around the impact equation that I spoke about. Impact equation. Please keep it at the back of your mind. And if my panel is doing too well in balancing this equation, you hold me responsible. Impact equation. How do we balance and make sure that we succeed? We have been ready. See, we just had a consensus. Now we're going to start. We push this question to, the last. Remember our three teams: design, barriers, and how to succeed, how to scale. So first, team that we have, I'll ask you, Deborah, right? connection. Can an AI solution really work offline? We can make it work. Great, don't worry, I'll come back to you on that. So we have Mr. Kabaka. Thank you for joining us. Can you hear us?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. I hope you guys can hear me also.
So we have Mr. Kabaka. Thank you for joining us. Can you hear us? Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Can you hear us? Yes, I can hear you. I hope you guys can hear me also. Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much. So we have thank you for joining us. Can you hear us? Okay, so we're going to you, Mr. Charles. Remember, I said first design, and then barriers and challenges, and then we'll go to how we can scale it. So, as a systemic expert or system expert, what are key systemic barriers to achieving educational equity in Africa, and how can AI address these challenges? So, the system we're seeing is broken. Infrastructure is not evenly distributed. So, from your experience, what are the barriers first to achieving equity in education, and how can AI, if it can, address these challenges? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks to Menved for inviting me. Today is the International Day of Education, so there's a lot of conversation going on. We want to celebrate Menved for organizing this. If you go online, you see several conversations taking place today. I think it's the right thing to do. For Plan International, one of our major themes across the world is education. Plan International is one of the international organizations operating across the world. We currently are in 75 countries worldwide. We've been operating for 85 years. We came to Nigeria 10 years ago. And in Nigeria, we have been pivotal in what we call educational transformation at various levels. But we focus mainly on basic education. And I think that's where I want to deep dive, because it's a very broad question when you say what are the barriers to achieving educational equality or equity as it were. The question would be at what level? The kind of educational equity we will argue at tertiary institution is quite different. My experience, and I'm looking at our students here and the mix of the audience. Many years ago, I had the opportunity, close to maybe a decade and a half, to school in the UK to do a master's degree. I got a Chipman scholarship. Some of you know about the Chipman scholarship. So almost 15 years ago, I had the opportunity to go and school in the UK for a master's. When I went into class that day first, because I assumed masters, I thought about the Nigerian setting. Having schooled and lived in Nigeria all my life, I thought about the setting of what a master's class would look like. And I wore a 3-piece suit, well decked when I went to class. And when I walked in, it was a master's class. Most of the students, it was our first class. Most of the students stood up thinking I was a lecturer. And I said, "No, calm down. So they said, okay, I sat down and waiting for the lecturer. And then this professor comes in, Professor Peter known at that time he was an advisor to the president of the World Bank, known for it. And he comes in with a shirt and a jean, and I was like, what's happening here? Am I in the wrong class? And then he goes on to say, he puts up the topic, this is what we're going to be discussing today. Went through a quick introduction. Unfortunately for me, because I came a bit late, I was sitting in front, and he said, oh, Charles, let's start with you. What's your argument on this issue? I said, my argument. I said, I cannot agree with you, sir. You say it's correct. He said, no, what's your argument? I said, sir, I don't have an argument. What you said is correct. And he saw I was struggling. Now, ladies and gentlemen, don't take this for granted, because at that time, I had just completed the master's in Nigeria, in Univer. I had just completed the master's. In that master's, one of my courses that I took, I failed it. And the reason was because the professor told me that it was plagiarism. Why did she say it was plagiarism? Because when she taught that course, she taught us budget and work plan. For goodness sake, at that time, I was already head of programs for an international NGO. I was head of programs for Christian Aid UK. So when you talk about work plan and budget, that's what assistants and program officers deal with. So I used, advanced. When she saw it, she said to plagiarism that that's not what she taught in class. I said, but ma'am, the idea about teaching is that when you teach me, I should improve it, right? So I improved it. She said, no, plagiarism. I should use exactly what she taught. She said she had been teaching it for 30 years. And I was like, no. So you can imagine that switch when I went over, and then instead the professor is asking me, what's my argument? I said, I don't have argument. What do I say? And then he went round, and what I understood was that argument meant, what is your opinion? And so when we talk about education equity, at that level, it's a different ballgame altogether. Then let's come to secondary education. It's different as well. For most secondary schools, I'm looking at some of the students here, by virtue of being in this hall right now, you're already ahead of your peers, whether you like it or not. For most of you sitting in your uniforms, wearing whatever it is you're wearing, sitting in this hall has given you an advantage. There are many students like you who do not even know that there is anything like internationality of education. There are many young people like you who have not been to school and they are 18 years old. Some of them are 20 years old. Some of them dropped out from maybe just 1, just 2. So we talk about education bits. That's what we're talking about. Now, finally, let me round up with basic education, which is our bread and butter for planning education. What we have observed over the years, especially in Nigeria, let me focus on Nigeria, there are key things, key barriers that limit, education equity as we see it. One of them is the question on the theme around poverty. And for someone who also grew up in abject poverty, I can tell you that there are many families who wake up every morning and they make a decision around 3 things. The first decision they make is, for us to stay alive today, we have to find what to eat. And in looking for what to eat, they will make a decision. It means if anybody falls sick today, you will have to bear that sickness because you won't have money to take care of you. Then not to talk of school. The only money available in that household is to feed. So every day in Nigeria, in many communities, in many families, the first barrier is actually social, it's actually financial, it's actually around poverty. People do not have the financial might to take children to school. That's the first barrier. Another one is gender equality. There are many young girls who, by virtue of just being a girl, you have been doomed. And your chances in life have been reduced. And the only fault is that you're a girl in many parts of Nigeria. Now, I've been accused many times when I speak in conferences like this that I name and shame. So today, because it's a happy environment, it's a happy day, let me not spend too much time naming and shaming. But there are many parts of this country where the only crime you have committed is that you're a girl. And because you're a girl, you wouldn't be allowed to go to school. Your place is to wait for you to grow just tiny breasts like this, and then you're married and free. That's the reality. They just wait for you to show any sign of maturity or married off. It's a social cultural, maybe social religious practice. That is a barrier. Another barrier is around infrastructure. There are many places, communities, schools in this country whereby the only teaching space available is under a tree. Ladies and gentlemen, this is 2025. You think I'm telling you tales by moonlight? I'm talking of hundreds of schools. Now, not in rural areas. I'm talking about even in municipalities, in cities, where you will congregate under a tree or in an abandoned building, and that is the place of learning. I'm looking at our students here again. Sorry, I'm going to be making a lot of references to you. I'm looking at you sitting in this air condition, or many of you, your schools, your classrooms have air condition. You can imagine that you have left a lot of your peers behind by that kind of learning. Because to be honest, what will you learn when you're sitting under hot sun with breeze, dust, every thing at your face and your head? What will you learn? That's a barrier. Finally, conflict and displacement. There are many children who are woken up, even this morning, and the only thing they heard were their parents shouting, grab anything you can grab and run. And they run away from their homes. And what happens is that when they run away like that, the education does not follow them. They've been, cut off for many forms of education. There are many people unknown to you who have run like that on their homes, and they've been running like that for 11 years. Yes, they've been moving from one place to another. Some of them, as they move, they lose their parents, lose their siblings, and they ended up in a place where they don't know anybody. And these are children. They ran away when they were 9. Today they are 18. They don't even know where they came from. So what kind of education are those kind of people going to get? So when we talk about education equity, it's part of the reason why I came here today, to let my voice heard. Part of the reason why my voice counts is because I'm speaking on behalf of millions of children in Nigeria, my country, who today, as we celebrate the institutionality of education, will not have access to any form of decent education. And when we talk about equity, I don't mean people should all aspire to end up in the university. Equity for me means the ability to express yourself and to get a chance in life. Amartya Sen, who is considered to be the father of development, considers development as any form of progress that enables you to express your freedoms. So education is one of those freedoms, and education is functional. So the education equity we're talking about today is the education that enables you to be functional and productive. It must not be university education, but basic education is sacrosanct. Basic education is important, and those are the barriers that stop a lot of young people today from enjoying that kind of equity.
Thank you very much. I still want to ask, do you think AI solve or reduce these challenges?
Yes. So very quickly, yes, AI can. And when I talk about AI, most times I try to put it in very simple language so that we don't get lost in the whole conversation. Many times in Nigeria, when people talk about AI, immediately your mind flashes to very technical, complex systems. It's called artificial intelligence. And for me and for Plan, what we always emphasize is that something presupposes artificial intelligence. That's why it's called artificial intelligence. And what presupposes is actually natural intelligence, which is what all of us here carry. So what we try to do is to first harness natural intelligence. What do people come with? What do they have? Their innate abilities. And how do we build on that? So what can AI do to that? To harness natural intelligence. One is equality. It can bridge gap. There are places where there are no, in most part of northern Nigeria, we have what we call temporary learning spaces. The truth about it is that even if you have all the money in the world, the current the school block roads, like the school walls and classes, will not be able to accommodate all the students that we want to have in northern Nigeria. At least I speak with evidence. So the problem is that we have to do makeshift arrangements. So we have what we call temporary learning centers. And these temporary learning centers are actually makeshift arrangements in markets, close to a church or a mosque, that children can come and learn. In those places, that's where AI can add a lot of value. Because then what you do is that you don't have the regular classroom setting. You have abridged courses, and that can help. Secondly, leapfrog education. Right now, UNESCO and many other agencies will tell us that we have about 18.5 million children who are out of school. What that means is that we have so many children who either have dropped out of school or have never been to school. Plan International have been able to bridge this gap by doing one thing. We've been able to come up with what's called accelerated basic education curriculum. We developed this with the Ministry of Education 2 years ago, and we launched it with the Minister. And what this course does is that it's a 9 months short course where because if you find an 18-year-old who dropped out of school in primary 6, and that person comes to say, I want to go back to school, where do you place the child? And the child has been out of school for 10 years, where do you place the child? So what we do is that you go through this accelerated basic education program. After 9 months, the teacher is able to place you based on your level of competence and your ability to grab. AI can actually help that process to leapfrog you having to go back to JS1 or go back to AI can help in bridging that gap to drop you into the right class that you can become functional. There are many other examples, but let me stop here. Thank you.
Round of applause. Thank you very much. I was particularly interested in that. I run an AI company. What is on my chest is an AI tool that can actually do just that. In fact, we are part of the OTM project, from USEP, and we have used the ABED and digitized the ABED curriculum, helping the learning facilitators. And I was in Maiduguri, and you're aware we implement these, and we see it. So, it's an empty that the community donated a building, but there's no roof, there's nothing, just fence that the kids have to leave their mats. We went with tiles and all it works, but volunteer teachers that are called learning facilitators are those people that will train them, and I think that's where AI will play a big role. Thank you very much, sir, for sharing. And students, you are going to be the innovators, so you are hearing the problems, the ones that we, your parents and our grandparents have not solved. It's your chance. So now we're going to scaling AI through investments. You need a lot of money. AI is not one fancy word. Why it doesn't work much for us here in Africa is that we don't have enough investments. Now the AWS, not from here, they've been doing this for quite a while. Big giants, big companies, big infrastructures, they are able to do that. So you may not be able to scale all this design. We've had different ways we can actually make this work. But then I will start with Kabaka. He has been waiting patiently online. He wants to be part of the conversation, I'm sure. And I'll ask this question to you, sir, if you can hear me. How can Africa's, innovation ecosystem leverage impact investment, to scale AI-based solution for, educational equity? And before you go, I will tell the audience what impact investments, can be. Remember, Health Africa is doing free courses. How can you actually make it affordable? And people that are interested in making things affordable.
Oh, there goes the sound.
I've been gaining insights from what my fellow panelists have been talking about. AfriLabs is the largest Pan-African network of innovation hubs in Africa. And at the moment, we have over 500 hubs in 3 African countries. So for context, what are these innovation hubs? They are basically centers that provide different forms of support to entrepreneurs to help them grow, scale their businesses. They also offer digital skills training and like. When I joined the space in 2017, we were working at our innovation hub, and then I didn't realize there was an outfit where you could walk in just with your idea, and then they can take you through the program. But one other integral role, so education for us is not a contemporary education, primary, secondary, university. Yes, we do that, but core is how can we prepare young people for the 21st century workforce, right? So, and it's important that we get them from when they're really young. So I remember one of those times that, the hub took children through coding, programming, and within, it was 6 weeks class, I came for the presentation and I was super blown away by the applications and solutions that these young children had come up with. But our role as AfriLabs is to provide all the support that these hubs who are working at the grassroots level, engaging all these multi-stakeholders, whether government, policymakers, and the likes to do the work that they do better. The first area where our intervention is targeted at is capacity building. So we basically take these hubs through various capacity building initiatives to prepare them to do the work that they do well. We have the AfriLabs Academy where the courses and content that we've been using for this training over the years is being hosted, and then hubs can access. Now, AI is one of our core areas of focus for obvious reasons, right? So as part of our strategy goal for the next 5 years, we are focusing on 4 verticals. So the first is AI and other future technologies. Second is around environmental resilience, and under this we're looking at all things around climate, blue economy, green economy. The third is around gender and inclusion. And the fourth is around education and human capital development. And we've been doing quite a lot of work in collaboration with our partners. Worthy of mention is one of the roles we have played in the ecosystem over the last 14 years is we have served as a convener facilitating cross-border collaboration, right? Because all this work we are talking about, a single entity can't do it alone, government can do it, donor institutions, you have the money. Who is going to implement the project at the grassroots level and ensure that it is meeting the needs of the target audience, right? So we have worked with multi-stakeholders over the years to drive this. But most recently, with Intel Corporation, we run a program called the Intel Community Reach Program. And basically, the program was targeted at identifying innovative solutions that are leveraging AI for underserved communities. So whether the solution was, around education, around agriculture, whatever sector that is, we just finished that and 7 solutions have been identified. 2 out of those 7 were for education. Now, why this whole conversation is important and why innovation is at the heart of what we do, there is something about a solution being designed by somebody who is on the ground, who knows where the pain points are, who knows where the gaps are, and then leveraging the tech knowledge that you have to design solutions, right? One project we are doing right now with Qatar Foundation is we are mapping out education solutions leveraging AI in Africa. For onward support. And support for us is everything, from capacity building, but you have to put money behind them at the end of the day. If you give them all the capacity, what next? How do they scale, for people to take advantage of their solutions? So these are some of the things that we do. And of course, policy, we play a very big role in that regard. How many of us remember where, the Okada solution was banned in Lagos? You can imagine how much money they had raised, how much effort had gone in, and then it was just a government policy and everything went down the drain, right? So we are constantly speaking to government institutions. We just
Hi, I am here. I'm ready. But hi.
You're not speaking.
Yeah, but
We can't hear you.
it's a guy's laptop. Your guy's side internally. He's gone. He's not on.
What is not on?
The AV on your side.
Okay, the AV on our side is not on.
I'm chatting to him on the private chat.
Okay.
I'm here. Everything is ready on my side. I'm here. Everything is ready on my side.
The mic? No, no. It's working. Hello. Hello. What the fuck?
Use this one.
He talked just now. Yes. Quiet. Tell him to go ahead.
Okay. It's not saying yes. Quiet. Thanks for that. The delays. Oh, Christ. Why? Maybe it's because of Sonia. I don't know. It's has come out. Which be expensive.
See, we will get back to him. Please write his own question for him in the chat, and he will say it at the end of the day. Okay, thank you very much. So I have some, rebound questions and some of the things I've written here. I hope the audience are writing because remember it's impact equation. We are going to solve that equation. What are the things that are supposed to be on the right side, on the left side? Which one is minus this plus that? Please get ready. We're going to do that. So we'll try and round up very fast, and I'll go back to you, Deborah. What opportunities do you think exist for startups, to scale their solutions for all the challenges that you said? Is there any opportunity? I know you are strongly pro if there's no infrastructure, it doesn't work, but what opportunities lie? I will listen to that and write them because I wrote here. But again, most especially for these learners that are coming up.
Okay, thank you. That's a very good question. For the opportunities that lie for entrepreneurs, when we think of these opportunities, we have to think of practicality in the sense of whatever you're about to build must work, or whatever you're about to build has to work to an extent. And for like he said, there is I said poverty and he said poverty and I said infrastructure. So these are problems, and where there are problems, you have to look deep and bring out solutions for these problems. And what are the problems here? Most students don't have data. Most students don't have phones. Most students don't have access to electricity, like I said before. And the opportunities here is you build offline solutions. He asked the question, he said, do you think AI can work offline? On your phones, I don't know how many people here are using iPhones, but if you go offline, your Siri is still working. Siri is AI. And if you say, hey Siri, Siri is going to answer you when you're connected to the internet. Siri still works. So this proves that Apple has done this and it has made AI work offline. You can still have access to your assistant, your virtual assistant, even when you're not online. So this can prove to you here that you can build AI solutions that work offline for these students. It's not a big ask. It is to get, like you said, is to get the volunteer facilitators. They record these videos. We put all these videos in a server. We put it offline in a platform where all the students can access this education, these videos offline. If you say that, okay, they can't, how do we access the videos offline? Plan International, they have a facility. You bring them there, they watch the videos offline. They don't have gadgets. You collaborate with organizations that can give them access to these gadgets. So when we're building stuff, we have to build things that are going to be practical to these kids. We have to meet them where the infrastructure is. Because we're not going to wait and let technology come and pass us by 10 years. Then when us say, oh shame, I wish. You don't wish, you have to do it now. So these are the things that I see entrepreneurs building in 2025. There are investors that are looking to invest in AI solutions. So if you can come up with an edutech platform that has offline videos for kids, Khan Academy does that. I don't know how many students here use Khan Academy, but Khan Academy does that. If you can do that for African students and you collaborate with all these big minds in these rooms, you can build something that will be very, very investable and people would drop money for you to implement the solutions. So that's my answer to your question.
Thank you very much. What I just heard, and to make it very clear, is that you really have to put on your thinking hats. I tell you, I really run an AI company. I really know what I'm saying when I say I know how AI works. But I'm beginning to doubt myself. Is it true? Because I do use Apple. Really go truly offline. But then again, it's what I want all of us to do. That if there's somebody that has done something like that, it can happen. And some of the ways we want to, for example, make it work, you generate the contents online and you keep them for offline usage. But things that we should think around should be how can we monitor and actually personalize this, put those parameters and guidelines. And I will get to think around that too, and I hope you do.
Sorry. Just to add, this is a solution. I'm going to give you another solution. This is the solution for the students. So we now have to think of an AI solution for the teacher, so that they know which student is doing well, which student isn't doing well, where to emphasize more in knowledge. You can also have AI platforms that do that. So these are solutions that I would want to see people in this room build and get investment money into those solutions. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I really, we're pressed for time. I'll give only one follow-up question to Mr. Charles. And we know he's not going to tell us another story. We are still enjoying that one that he gave us. But how do you measure, the meaningful impact, of AI-based educational initiatives, particularly for marginalized groups such as girls, refugees and persons with disability? Why we have this question? You've said it yourself. Do you have first-hand experience? How can you actually measure? Because if you are unable to measure impact, I don't think impact is going to happen. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. To answer your question, I think the first premise here, and looking at the audience again, is to understand that the theme of the SDGs as we know it today is leaving no one behind. And if that's the case, then the question is not that we must all function at the same frequency, but the mandate is that we must all be progressing in a certain direction. We may be at different levels, but we are all moving forward. And I think that's the intention of the SDG. Moving all of us forward, people may operate at different frequencies. The question now is, for you, you're saying how we measure of AI-based initiatives for marginalized public groups. The truth is that AI has not penetrated a lot of marginalized groups. Because you can see the conversation we're having here. You talked about sin, for instance. Some of us who are still either old school or still in the 17th century don't know what sin is. And if we are speaking to marginalized groups and you mention sin, some of those children will think you're calling somebody's name, maybe a girl's name or something, because it's strange to them. So AI is still far. AI penetration is still far from marginalized groups. We are still trying to bring them to basic education level. And one of the things we're doing, which will excite many of us here, because when we gather like this in a group, one of the things we should do is to find out what other people are doing and find how you can connect to it. Going back to the question, we have 18.5 million children, according to available statistics, who are out of school. But many of the states where these children reside will argue with you that they are not out of school. And the reason is because they argue that majority of these students are in at least an Islamic Quranic school. Yes, which is called Sangaya schools. And so the government approached Plan International to say, how do you help us make the Sangaya schools more credible to be considered as basic education? So what we have done, which may excite many of you, we're launching it next month, we have been able to introduce basic numeracy and literacy into Sangaya formal, into Sangaya schools, in such a way that when students finish from the schools, they can be mainstream, one, if they want to go into higher education, or from that point on, they can go into vocational skills or any form of, productive endeavor, because they have functional literacy and numeracy skills to compete. For me, it is at that point that AI comes. Because what we're talking about is bridging the gap first, bringing people up. AI can fast track this, can frog this process, and I think that's where interaction with us will come in. So next week, I'm actually inaugurating the national committee alongside the Minister of Education. It's going to be streamed, most of you will see it live. And we're inaugurating this committee, and what they will do is to help put up the launch together of the framework. What the framework does is, how do we introduce education, literacy, basic education into Sangara schools first? And then how do we support teachers to be able to do this? Because the teachers in these Sangara schools don't have the capacity to mainstream basic numeracy and literacy into Sangara schools. So what we have developed, the curriculum, the manuals, are actually for students and for teachers. Listening to this conversation here, now it's coming to my mind that maybe one of the people that should be part of this steering committee that we're launching, that we're inaugurating next week, should be a group or a company that can facilitate the mainstreaming of AI into that structure. Maybe that's what is missing. And as I'm leaving here, I'm going to talk to my team and ensure that that is done. And I think that's one of the good things from attending this kind of meeting. So that we can actually see how, from the start, whilst we're doing very basic numeracy and literacy, the company is already beginning to help us think of what the AI perspective will be and how we can distribute. This is a game changer, yes, because it is led by the National Commission for Marginally and out-of-school children. The Director General is actually leading this, and he's going to be the chair of this committee we're inaugurating next week. So that's the committee, that's the national government agency that any of you here can engage with. It's an open platform. They want to know, they want to see how they can help lift most of these children who are considered out of school in practical ways back into formal education, basic education, and see how we can go to scale. I believe AI can actually take this process to scale, because it's enormous. We're looking at 18 million children across Nigeria in very deep, remote places. Many of the places we're talking about do not have access even to roads. I just came back from a very remote area in I don't know how many of you know, okay, most of you know Chibok at least, where the girls were kidnapped the other day, from school. I just came back from a local government close to that, which is Bozen. And to date, we don't have adequate access to Bozen. So children who are trapped in those kind of locations, there's still no power, there's no accessible roads. Children trapped there, how do we help them? And this is the challenge I'm trying to look at. Children, communities that are cut off from access, road, how do we support them? It's a question of not being able to answer. Because when I went there, I was looking at the multitude of children looking at me, and I didn't know what to do. We have supported them with temporary learning centers. But how many centers can take as much as just 50 for a teacher? So how many can we do? So maybe this is the role AI can play in spreading this, making it, scaling it up, maybe, and maybe we'll think about that. But for us in Plans National, I think measuring these successes, one, how many children become functional in terms of what they are able to learn, in terms of what they want to do with their lives. We have the very first of its kind, a female mobile phone repairer in Boza. When we went there to set up work some few years ago, we met a couple of young people, and she said, see, I don't want to go back to school, to go to university and all of that. Give me functional education that can help me, do basic computation. And we gave her that in a temporary learning session. And after that, she said, I want to learn how to repair mobile phones. As I speak to you, she has a big shop. She's employing other people. And she's the only female phone repairer in that part of the country. So the kind of education, how we measure the success of this kind of integration is the functionality that comes out, the productivity that comes out of that educational system. And that's why we emphasize on basic education. Because to be honest, with the way the world is going, in near future, many people will not need university degrees, PhDs, and all of that. And in actual sense, many of us in Nigeria do masters and PhDs because we don't have work. You finish your first degree, there's nothing to do. Your parents say, do a master, you do a master, there's no work. Do a PhD, you do a PhD. And then when you finish PhD, you start looking for a job that a fresh graduate is actually looking for. And then the question is, what's the point? So education at every level must be functional, must be productive, must be adding value, must be solving a problem. And for me, these are the metrics for measuring success of any form of educational attainment. And today, as we discuss education equality, equity, and AI, we're looking at how we use AI education to be functional, productive, to help our society and solve basic problems. And I'll leave you with this. How come in part of this world we suffer heat? We have the hot weather, the temperate region, but the only solution to coping with hot weather is AC. But we don't manufacture ACs here. So what are all our universities doing? All these universities that do electronic engineering, what do they learn? What is their research like? Because then some other group of people who don't need ACs are the ones developing solutions for us. So for me, my last challenge to all of us here, especially to the students, is whatever you choose to do, whatever form of education, must be solving a problem, must be adding value to humanity, especially in your local communities. Otherwise, what's the point? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hey, do you have like a YouTube channel where we can be? Yes, we subscribe. We subscribe. And I tell you, we are all laughing at this. Super experienced people need to have platforms on Instagram so that we can follow them. Yes, now that's where you catch some of us. YouTube, Instagram, and all. Mr. Kabaka, we're ready to listen to you and sound.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Frank.
Thank you so much. So good to be here. Thank you for having me, to the team at Winnovate. Congratulations for the convening. And I trust your deliberations over the next couple of hours will go well as part of the Global Education Day that we're celebrating today. In terms of the question that I've been asked, it's actually quite interesting in the sense that already in Africa, we have a very unique opportunity to really invest deeply in advancing education in different ways. In doing so, it's through the support of early stage venture development around educational tech or ed tech, in creating support for these innovators as they build for the future. Furthermore, I'd also kind of want to congratulate my good friend Bosun Tijani, who I've known for many years, and for the amazing work that the Nigerian government is doing around skills development to drive skills and knowledge in AI across Nigeria. Furthermore, I think it's important that Africans recognize the digital infrastructure gap that exists on our continent, and our governments to do more work around this question. I think there might be some feedback that's coming through. I'm not sure if you are able to hear me on the other side, if the computer, the laptop is muted. But okay, there is a lag and feedback. Apologies for everybody. So I'm not sure how this would then work in terms of how I could proceed. It sounds like you can hear me, so I can keep going. So if you didn't hear the last kind of two parts, what I was saying there is that firstly, we need to make a conscious and active investment into educational technologies or ed tech in advancing and shifting the landscape for investment and adoption in education across the continent, not exclusively only to Nigeria, but every part of the continent needs to really kind of take the forward leap in adopting AI into education across the different levels of education. I then mentioned the fact that I would want to commend and congratulate the government of Nigeria, through the leadership of my wonderful friend, Kosun Tijani, in Abuja, where they've literally, through the 3M program, advancing skills development and advancing, increasing the number of young people. I only wish that in South Africa we would take on these kind of very intentional and elaborate policy adjustments to bring the country forward in terms of participation. So kudos to the Nigerian government for doing this. So again, furthermore, what I would also then say is let's look at closing the digital infrastructure gap that exists. This is a massive challenge all across the continent. We have a unique opportunity now to really emphatically put impact investment capital into infrastructure investment and to support closing the gap in providing access to young people. For the policymakers in the room, I think your job needs to be fast-tracked and accelerated in terms of data sovereignty, in terms of creating more policy around ethical usage, and furthermore, to drive value in developing and designing collaborative solutions that work specifically for your citizens in each country. So really, lots of things to think about. We've got our work cut out, and all the best to everybody who's doing this work. And I'm grateful on behalf of Thriving Africa Foundation to be partnering with Womenovate to be advancing a lot of this agenda here in South Africa, but across the continent as well.
I was hiding my mic so that it would go there. Thank you very much, Kabaka. Thank you for your patience. I think we have come to the end of this panel. But remember, I said we are supposed to be jotting. How do we balance this equation? I need 2 volunteers. I'll read out, the takeaways, things that are important and things that must be available to make sure that we actually have a very good impact equation. So Deborah said, if you don't have infrastructure, don't talk about AI. What Kabaka is saying is commending the Honorable Minister for bringing AI. They don't care whether it is. Let us know about it. So good arguments from both sides. And I'm positive that infrastructure will reach there since we're singing the song every day. But even if there is infrastructure, thank you very much, Kabaka, for your patience. I think we have come to So, you see, I hope, we're laughing, we must solve this before we leave. Even if we have infrastructure, I want us to continue to think critically. Even if we have this infrastructure, then we'll go back to Mr. Charles. If there is poverty, forget it. We're thinking about, the middle belt, that is stomach, first. And you must not fall sick. Because if the money for education is even there, if somebody is sick, we'll prioritize that. Okay? Because you want your child to survive. So, how do we put it in the equation? Next, there's poverty, everybody's welfare, there's infrastructure, brilliant ideas, good designs. How do you scale it? It's not even about scaling it. It's not about the funding, it's not about the investments. Who are the ones that are going to make it even more affordable? is there two volunteers? I hope we very good. One, I want a student. There's one adult and one student. We need one teacher and one student. Please, one student. Do you want me to do? Okay, I should not put money. And now I want to motivate. I will put a prize. Surprise. I need two people. So one lady and one man. So there's a lady. See, it's a simple equation I've started writing here. I put infrastructure minus poverty. I don't know what is going to happen on the other end. How do we balance it? So please come on here. Thank you. See my small equation here and see the variables. We have support. We have support for local.
So the way I interpret this, is like this. Thank you so much. This was very, it's a learning opportunity for me also. And I would say, for me, the summary of what you've put here is something Mr. Charles said earlier, is the reason for knowing the things we know. What is it? So I would say the missing thing here is companies like AWS, the whole AI providers, they are given the technology, but where it will make sense is us in this room today, every student here, to continue to keep ourselves. There are two things we need to do. Is one, let's know this technology very well, and then let's keep ourselves in the environment of where the problem is, because we are now the middlemen that will take our knowledge of the technology and solve that problem. So, for example, what you described, we have the infrastructure challenge, we have the poverty challenge. These challenges are not in the area where the technology was created. They don't know this, but they've given you it. So you are now in the environment where the technology is. You can now say, how do I improve this area that is poor? So I will now go and create an app or something, a solution that can use the technology and solve some of the problem. So now in the past, to even talk about technology, there were so many things we had to go through to even try to solve. But now, based on technology, all you need is internet. Before it was a big, even AI we're talking about today, you don't need to build AI yourself. I'll give an example of what I know, which is AWS. AWS in the environment give you access to AI tools that you use, take it, build what you want, and go. And we have Eurotech, you have cash services where you can actually, the way banks work, you keep all your documentation, and then at the end of the day, you push it, do the processing, and then come back. So if we don't have to have that full infrastructure, if you can build a solution that collates everything someone needs, and because of financial constraints, we can only buy this 20K worth of internet. Let's keep it at that point. Put the information out, do the processing within the funds that we have, come back. Because with education, you don't need to be online all the time. You just need it to do what it. So build something that takes the bunch of the solution, come, process. So those are the things that people that have all the resources. First world problems are different from third world problems, but the technology remains the same. So how do we interpret it to our own problems? We have education. So when you're learning today, don't just learn the technology, learn it with the mindset of I will take this to solve this. So we, people, in what you've said here, infrastructure poverty, people, we are the people that bring it together. We're the middlemen that know the technology, know the problem, and start saying, how do I interpret the technology to what is around me? So we are the missing puzzle in all of this. That's, what I would say.
Hey, thank you very much. It makes sense. So it was really people that I didn't put that. So I see infrastructure, if you put it, and there's poverty, it doesn't happen. But the people, what the people need is support. Support to believe that they can build local solutions and they get local support on how they can support that and meaningful partnerships. And AIs don't do partnerships, it's people that do partnerships. And funding is people that receive money, not here, to actually make that happen. Thank you very much. I don't want to pause with a lot of other foreign things that I have in my mind. Thank you very much to my speakers, Mr. Charles, Deborah, and Felista. Kabaka also from South Africa. Thank you very much, Women of Age, for doing this and for bringing us together. Thank you. Okay, let me stand. Oh, okay. Yes.
Shift a little bit. Yeah. Okay. Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very, very, very valuable. Honestly, please. Think this suits.
Hello everyone once again. A round of applause for the speaker and moderator for the last session, please. Thank you so much for the amazing insights. Thank you so much to everyone that joined tonight. Thank you so much. All right, we'll be moving to our next panel section. Right. Our panel session is mapping the risk, equitable implementation of emerging technologies in education globally. And I'll be inviting the moderator forward, Ms. Fatima Awal Taufaki. Oh, you also take part. You're welcome, Sir.
Thank you very much. I wanted to get the list of Thank you very much. I'm happy to be back. Okay. So, thank you for. I'm having a swell time. Are you having a swell time, Richard? If you are enjoying yourself, wait. Great. So it means we're ready for the next session. The topic or the theme for this next session is mapping risk, equitable implementation of emerging technologies in education globally. The objective for us here is to explore the risks and challenges associated with implementing emerging technologies such as AI. Is there a risk, in implementing AI in education? And with a focus on equity, inclusivity, and data privacy, and all the other ethical considerations that the panelists are going to discuss with me. I'm happy to welcome on stage Ms. Ota Akibe from North Africa. North Africa is doing an amazing job, and we have somebody from them that is going to help us test this. I also have Mr. Shegun Alimi from the GIZ. Okay, he's joining Okay, and then I have my good friend Faiz Mohammed, the Executive Director of Blue Supply Hub, the headquarters of Peru, that help innovators actually build solutions. I think that's all. So we will wait for our virtual companion to join, and I hope we've learned from the previous one.
Of course, you know our fourth panelist had
Yes, so I didn't read the third panelist, Mr. Sebri, as one that's bereaved, right? Okay, so we pray for him and extend our sincerities and our condolences. So we will wait for lag to finish lagging, and then we will also make sure that Mr. Shekud is on with us as well.
Yes, it's here.
Hi, Shekud. How are you?
Let's hear you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm very well, thank you. I hope you can hear me.
Wait for our virtual companion and I will be back to the previous one. Yes, so I didn't read the third practice specific as what I read practice. Okay, so we on and our sincerity and condolences. So we will wait for lag to finish lagging.
Okay, so I don't know if you can hear me now. I think there is a lag, but maybe the host can tell me in the chat. But I'm here and I'm ready. Okay, but I can't hear again.
In another zone, so I have 1 minute ahead of you. We will always, you will speak last. We're going to put your questions in the box, chat box. You will do an address. And again, I don't know how to do a follow-up. We'll figure it out. But I have Badi here and Mr. Yeah. I'm ready. Okay, thank you very much, Shegun. I hope you've had that challenge. We're 1 minute ahead of you. So I will also share a question in the chat and we'll give you the time to speak. Thank you very much. So I'll start with you, Ms. Otta. How do you ensure AI, driven educational platforms are ethical and they protect the privacy of the vulnerable learners, especially in low resource settings where data protection laws may not even exist? And we're talking about rural or unserved areas, they don't even know that. But what you are going to tell us today, because we're trying to build solutions for education that work globally. So the question is, how do you make sure in the design or in selecting solutions partners to work with, how do they ensure? So why we saying this is we have a lot of young people here that may say, we don't vex, we will build power. So how do you ensure that AI-driven educational platforms are ethical and protect the privacy of vulnerable children? Because they may start to just build, but they don't have that part of them.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much, Mr. Ryan, for the kind invite. We have Women Innovate as a proud partner. We're proud to partner with Women Innovate. So I'm very privileged to be here. I think even the focus of this conference, which is learning for lasting peace is something that is not only intriguing, but that I resonate with. For us at eHealth Africa, we had Abdul Hamid, our Deputy Director of Global Health Informatics, speak earlier about the eHealth Africa Academy. And essentially what we do is we use technology to come up with solutions and implement those solutions, which essentially bridge the gap for the vulnerable populations. So this topic and what we're speaking about on this panel is very close to my heart because it's what we do every day, although more focused on healthcare and well-being, but then there are similarities between healthcare and of course education. They're both essential. We know that AI has incredible potential to transform our lives. Since November 2022, I believe, when ChatGPT filled the waves, we've seen how much it has helped us. It's helped us in our writing, in our meetings, in our conceptualization of ideas. It's really been amazing. However, if AI is not done ethically, then it can also be a big problem. Obviously, there's a lot of risk with the benefits that come with AI. There are also risks that we're exposing ourselves to. But worse, in those vulnerable areas, it's worse for them because sometimes they don't even have the full extent of, or understand the full extent of what this means. The first thing I want to talk about as a challenge is data privacy. Data privacy is a fundamental right. Unfortunately, many of us, and worse, most people in vulnerable communities do not know that it's a right. And so people expose themselves a lot and give away information that they do not need to give away. And that is also a problem because when we're talking about AI, obviously AI is a machine, it's a computer. It's what you feed it, it gives you. So when it comes to these educational platforms, it's also important for people to be aware on what are they supposed to share. It's not everything that you're supposed to share. I was filling a form a couple of days ago, and I don't know what kind of form is that, but they're practically asking for every single thing, including what you earn, all of those things. And I'm like, you know what? All of these things are not compulsory for what I want to do. But that's because I'm a little bit more aware, and I was able to tell them, no, I'm not going to provide. I'm not comfortable providing this information just because I want to do, like an investment or something. But many people in those areas do not know. So when people come to them and show them, oh, this is an educational platform, it's easy to use, and all of that, they now begin to provide so much information without understanding the problem with that. Another challenge we have, which is closely tied to data privacy, is digital literacy. A lot of people are not very, should we say, literate, so learned enough to understand the nuances around digital literacy. And many learners and their communities don't really know what it means to share data online. And also, they do not understand the potential consequences that come with sharing this information online. So even when people come to them, like I said, with the privacy, they are very quick to, allow them get away with so much information. Again, beyond the privacy, beyond the literacy, we also have what is called algorithmic bias. Like I said earlier, AI, and like Mr. Charles said, it is gotten derived from natural intelligence. So it's what we feed it, that's what it gets. So if, for example, we're feeding it unethical information, that is what it's going to give you. So when you're using it, it will give you the information that is unethical. And that's the bias that comes with the algorithm. So what do we need to do? I think first thing we need to do is we need to work more with governments, and we need to work more with policymakers. I know that sometimes we don't want to hear things like this, and sometimes each entity believes that they can do this on their own. But the truth is we all need each other. That is the government, the private sector organizations, the civic society, which has the NGOs. The government agencies, the government institutions, and the policymakers are the first foundation, really. We need to strengthen the policies around all of these things that I've said, privacy, literacy, transparency. There are policies that guide them. And no one private sector entity, no matter how zealous or enthusiastic you are, can you do it by yourself? So first thing I would say is, to answer the question is, we need to engage with governments and policymakers to tighten and strengthen data protection frameworks. The second thing I'll say is we need to really build digital literacy. And this is where we have organizations like Womenovate, we have other organizations that are building the capacity of the vulnerable population. It's very important because when we strengthen and make more learners, make more educators and communities understand how to protect themselves, become more literate in terms of the digital space, then they'll be more protected from that. The third I would say is we need clear ethical guidelines, which is an offshoot of the working with government and policymakers. When we have clear guidelines to run with, that would really help us. The fourth point, of course, is community engagement. For us at eHealth Africa, one of the things we have learned after implementing our programs for well over a decade is how important it is to carry the community along. Whoever it is, if you say vulnerable populations, you cannot sit in the city and develop a solution and say, oh, because it's AI, and then you take it to that area. It's important for you to take those stakeholders that you expect to utilize that solution and put them in the process of developing that. That way you get their pain points directly from them and you're able to develop a solution that makes sense for them and they can take ownership of. And I think the last thing I would say is using the principle of data minimization. What does this mean? Like I shared about the form earlier, if they don't need to provide all of that information, you don't need to ask them of it. So for us, that's what we do. Even for our eHealth Academy courses, we just need the vital, essential information that we need to provide the value that we want to provide. So that's this part now is for the people who are developing the solutions. Minimize data. If you don't need it, please do not ask so that you do not expose them to more than is necessary. So I think for me, in closing, is to say we just need to find the balance between working with the government and policymakers, strengthening the policy, working with for the developers, working with the community. And I think the third thing I would say, the last thing I would say, which would probably come up in conversations that we're is the need to bring these people in. So we have students here, and thank you very much for this. She always does this. The truth is, if we're going to create solutions that are going to benefit students, then we cannot do that without bringing the students in the room. It's important that they're here, that they listen, that they have an opportunity to contribute. I heard you earlier trying to encourage students to come up to contribute, because that's the way we can get their thoughts. Vulnerability in the context of, even if they're in the city, they can still be a part of that vulnerable population, so that's what I would say for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So I'll summarize again for students, since I work with teachers. Now, when you want to build a solution, you want to do it right. The most important thing said here is angle bias or algorithmic bias. If you feed it with not so good information, which is unexpected data, you get that, and you expose and it doesn't scale, right? And the government really need to do more by having a clear guideline. I really like that. I wrote that. And I like data minimization. Just get what you need. Data is always there. Later, maybe if you need something else, you can collect. Thank you very much for going first. I'll go to Faiz. Remember, we would like to have heard from Shegun, but because of our strategy, we have to keep it. So Faiz is in the room. It's more time you see him laughing now. No. So there is an improvement. Right. Shegun, since your question is there, I'll read it to the room, then you can go.
because it's important that yours goes before advices. What role do governments and international organizations play in creating regulatory frameworks that ensure equitable implementation of
Okay.
and will make sure that there is data minimization. So, but we want to hear from the expert. Cheryl, please go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much. I don't know if you can hear me right away, but so greetings everyone. Standing on existing protocols. I've been here since the beginning, and it has been an amazing conference so far. I would have loved to be there in person, but my schedule did not permit. Okay, so just building on what the first panelist said. So I would start. So I do digital policy and cooperation work at GIZ Digital Transformation Center in Nigeria. Policy is the foundation. So international development organizations and government, are cooperating. So cooperation is very, very critical to scale any form of impact. So driving enabling policies to create an enabling environment is very, very critical. We have the National Digital Economy Policy and Strategy, which speaks about integrating technology into education. So when we have enabling policies that create access of these tools, then bring about infrastructural development. That is another step. So when there are policies that say, okay, technology is required, then there are also policies that make provision to provide those infrastructure like mobile network, optical, fiber optic, internet, mobile phones, tablets. When we begin to mainstream technology as a fundamental, so it's no longer a lofty dream that, okay, we should have technology. It's a policy and these things are in place. Then, of course, capacity building is very, very critical. How are we training students? How are we training teachers? And with the work that we do, we see capacity building at diverse levels beyond the school environment. We have our partners like Dr. Ahmed Tamboa spoke about the digital literacy for all. In initiatives like that, 3MTT, which the Honorable Minister is leading, then having policy dialogues, like some of the work we do at GIZ Digital Transformation Center. We had a policy dialogue on the National Digital Literacy Framework, where we developed a policy brief on promoting an inclusive approach to digital literacy. I will just move back a bit. Yeah, so we have like policy briefs and things of that nature that show that education is important, formally, informally, and across the life cycle. Then, of course, you cannot take away the place of like financial resources and funding resources. These are also areas that the government and the international development organizations can come together, because Nigeria has a huge population. We have a critical mass of young people who are below 25 years. So how can we partner together? How can we provide the international development organization saying I'm providing technical assistance here, the government says they're providing incentives here, and they're all cooperating. Everybody's bringing their heads, their hands, and their hearts together, to really provide the enabling environment for technology to thrive within the education system. So I would stop there for this question. And I really did hope you all heard me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We had it. Thank you very much, Shibu. Every accusation and all the things we may think the government may not be doing much. Sheldon just said the government is doing a lot. In fact, they are part of what the government is doing around policy, capacity building, and a lot of partnerships, with the government, and they will really love the public and the people that want to build to engage in these dialogues. So far as I will go with you, before we go back to Sheldon, I have my follow-on questions, but let's hear from you. You work, with Blue Sapphire, and you are deep in the ecosystem. You work with startups. And so the question is, how do tech startups mitigate the risks, associated with the implementation of emerging technologies in education? And when we say emerging technology for today, we're talking about AI. What are the risks, they may encounter in integrating education while ensuring that their solutions remain, impactful and inclusive? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone here, standing on all existing protocols. I think I'll just jump right into the question. You see, any technology company that is either venturing into the education sector or is already working in the education sector has to be very aware of a complex landscape of problems that already exist. They exist prior to educational technology. They exist as a function of socioeconomic problems that permeate all of Nigeria and really all of the developing world. So first and foremost, as an education startup or as somebody who has an education solution / product, you have to ask one fundamental question. Interestingly enough, this question also forms the basis of the most pressing challenge. The question is my solution or my product, is my solution or product human-centered? I.e., when this was being developed, did we take into consideration the challenges and the particular needs of learners and educators and the communities that they live in? Because if you did not have the input of these stakeholders, teachers, parents, students, school administrators, when you were creating your solution, you don't have a solution, and you need to go back to the drawing board. If you don't have that in place to start with, then you don't even have a product to go with. That's the truth. Now, one of the easiest ways in which, well, let me not say easy, but one of the most common ways in which to mitigate a fundamental risk is that when you have a solution, let's use a simple example. You have an application, and that application showcases instructional videos to students in a class. Okay? You want to increase their digital literacy, and so you have instructional videos to each student, and you want to show them in the class. It would be a very big mistake to decide, if you've never tested it before, to go into a classroom or into a school and say you want to test it on everyone. No. You have to test it in a controlled environment. And what do I mean by a controlled environment? It means you have a very select few, not more than 20, not more than 30, of different students, of different age groups, of different classes, of different learning abilities. You bring them all in, and then over a small period of time, when you're administering your program, you're getting feedback from them, you're learning what kind of outcomes are coming through from what they're learning, and you're also learning what flaws exist in the system that you've created. And so what that does for you is that it means that you're not going to disrupt the learning environment for so many people. You're going to be able to learn about your own program, your own solution, your own product, using a very small, very controlled environment. And you're not going to disrupt their learning, and you're not going to disrupt overall learning for everyone. Inclusivity is something that's been discussed a lot throughout this entire discussion that we've been having since morning. I think there's a truth that we all need to be very, very honest about. When it comes to the development of technology, educational technology especially, it's not very inclusive. And I don't mean that as a criticism, and I don't mean it to say that it is a function of poor thinking from people who are creating solutions. No. But on a basic level, the way that education solutions and applications and products are created, they don't necessarily take into account people who are from vulnerable populations. That's the reality of it. Let's say you're going to create an education solution and you're targeting children from disadvantaged populations. So let me tell you something about children from a lot of disadvantaged populations. Most of them, being from a disadvantaged population, don't really have a very long attention span. They don't have a very long attention span. Secondly, something that people who are designing these solutions don't often think is, I need to create a solution that takes into account people who have either physical or learning disabilities. Most people don't think about it like that simply because they're thinking, oh, maybe I can create a separate solution for persons with disabilities, but I'm really trying to target normative population when I do that. Why that's a mistake, and I'll use Nigeria as an example. Reportedly, we are 220 million people in Nigeria. Okay? An estimated 15% of the population are persons living with disabilities. That's 35 million people. So that's 1 in 6 Nigerians. 1 in every 6 Nigerians. So if you're creating a solution and you're not taking into consideration nearly a quarter of the population, is it really a solution? Are you really thinking about it long term? When we talk about inclusivity as well, we have to think about language barriers, because language barriers are a huge function of a lot of the disadvantages that exist within the education sector. So if you create a solution that is not context sensitive, that means it does not take into consideration the local language, where the vast majority of learners, whether they're disadvantaged populations or they're advantaged population, the vast majority of learners learn first through their local language. And so if you don't have that in place, it's going to be very difficult for your product to scale and for you to reach as many people as possible. Lastly, and I'll shorten it because I see I'm doing things out. I think it's very important to remember, as somebody who's designing education solutions, education needs are dynamic. They often change. And so the principle of innovation has to apply here. You have to be adaptable. You have to be flexible. You have to be willing to iterate and change your product or your solution based on the data that you see. It's a mistake to assume that I have a solution, this solution is going to work, I just needed to get it out in the public. Once it gets into the public, once people start using it, is when you will now start to see the problems. And you have to be someone of mind to consistently change your product. You have to be open to constantly changing it in order for it to be successful.
So I think go back to you, Alice. We've been hammer on the matter. We're talking about emerging technologies, and I want us to understand the risks. How can innovators be mindful, and how can they dodge these risks? How can they do that? You said something very, very important. You can't think, let me sell this one now, later I'll do it. So I just want you to tell the, young people, no, we're not almost equaling them all, because there are more in this room, right? So what I wanted to hear is, how can they dodge that? And then I think they will be low risk when they build, when they go to market, the changes won't be much. So that's what I wanted to hear. Basically, what are the risks, and especially when implementing emerging technologies like generative AI or blockchain?
What are the risks? That's a very good question. Do I have an answer? That's okay. No, I understand. It's okay. So when we talk about educational technology, especially when it comes to generative AI. So the risks are enormous, honestly. The risks are enormous. Get ahead of every other government in the world. And the education ministry said, we're going to eliminate textbooks. We're
we're going to eliminate handwriting. We're going to eliminate anything that isn't a digital solution. So every child is going to have a tablet. We're going to be projecting all of our educational curriculum. We're going to be using online learning systems for all of our educational needs. Just last year, sometime in December, the very same day ministry had to come out and dropping significantly. And all of these things were not clear, were not visible to somebody who was making these decisions 20 years ago. And so when I think about that, and I think about how quickly we're adopting AI, how quickly it's permeating education especially, I think, 20 years from now, what are going to be the possible risks, and how are those risks going to affect students especially? Okay, so let me give a very simple example. Whether this is in secondary school or in tertiary education, one of the things that people use AI for the most right now is to do their assignments. You hop onto ChatGPT, you find a quick solution to practically every question that you can think of. This is the mistake that you're making. Every time that you use ChatGPT and refuse to sit down and actually critically think about what the problem or the solution is, you're taking away from your own ability to think. You're taking away from your own agency and giving it to the machine. Years from now, what that means is the most simple, basic questions are going to elude you. You're going to have a very difficult time being able to think critically. You're going to have a very difficult time being able to come up with information on your own. You're going to be dependent on the machine. If you think that's not possible, just think about how your life becomes so much more difficult the moment you don't have your mobile phone. It's like they cut off your arm if you lose your phone or you lost your number. And so we have to be very careful in the way that we use AI, the way that we use new technology solutions these days. Now, I mentioned earlier how the most common way and the best way for you to really jump over a lot of the issues that might come up is to have a controlled environment where you test out your solution. Now, before that, I think it's also important to remember that you are serving a certain target market. Depending on what your solution is, you might be targeting teachers, you might be targeting students, you might be targeting school administrators. The students you're targeting might be from the university, they might be primary school students, they might be secondary school students, and each of them have their specific needs. Now, if you are not planning according to what these needs are, when you eventually go and implement your program, you're going to find that it doesn't work. So before you even have a program in place, before you even have a solution that you're confident bringing to the public, you have to have sat down and talked to your stakeholders. You have to have done a study with the people that you're trying to target. In most cases, that is students, sometimes it's teachers, sometimes it's policymakers. What do you need? What are the problems that you're currently facing? What's working? What isn't? How does this solution make it easier? Does this solution make it easier at all? So before anything, you need to have that sort of inquisitive mindset where you're asking these sort of questions, doing a proper study on what your target market needs. Then, once you've incorporated that into your environment test.
Thank you very much. This clapping is not clapping very well for me. See, I will not even give you a follow-up question. So everybody just think from his last response, what do you just get? What did you get? Keep it, you will not tell me now. Think of it, write it. One person will tell me, or two people are going to tell me what they get. It's very, very important. I wrote it. I'll go last. Three of us are going to say what we got from what he said. please write it somewhere and then you say it after that. Sorry, I want, there is what is called ladies first, but you close the show for us. So I want to start with Shegun first, then you finish, before we go to question and answer. So, Shegun, I want to give you a follow-up question that says, how can development agencies like GIZ support educators, institutions, and governments in building the capacity to safely and effectively use emerging technologies in education?
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for that question. Development organizations typically serve as catalysts, right, to provide an enabling environment. I will speak within the context of GIZ. So GIZ is heavy on capacity building, so providing technical support, and we do that across different areas because, like I said, when we think about education, we have education from basic to tertiary, of course. Then education is something that is lifelong across board. So we work with research and academia like University of Lagos. So we support the NEET Hub through research commercialization efforts to ensure that creative digital solutions are developed in sustainable approaches and are available to diverse entrepreneurs. We have a focus on digital skills for women, digital skills and for entrepreneurs and for women. And we've done a lot of work, amazing work with Women Innovate in that regard. And we've developed a curriculum also. Then when we look at policymakers, which is a very, very crucial part, because when we are talking of like technologies, digital literacy, and things of that nature, we understand that to drive those initiatives, to make them front burner conversations for government, policy actors, policymakers need to understand how these things are very important. How is it even affecting them? How would it affect, the youth demographic? How would it affect people to come? This is how we inform evidence-based policy making. So we have capacity building initiatives for policy actors. Then we also work with ISOs, innovation support organizations, startup accelerators, and we support them. Then we have a program called Skills Development for Youth Employment. So it's called GIZ Sky, and we provide technical and training capacity building measures for young people. Also, things that are very critical, areas that international development organizations and GIZ also aims to support or works in, is in terms of curriculum development, which is very, very critical. How we pushing conversations around curriculum development. Like Nida said, Dr. Tamboa said, digital literacy is going to go into the curriculum. That is a positive step in the right direction because we cannot just be talking about technology driven education and technology in isolation. So now that technology is going to be infused into the curriculum, it's going to become the status quo, what normal looks like. Provision of infrastructure, fostering public-private partnerships, creating an enabling environment for people to come together, talk, discuss, and things like that. Fostering that collaboration to say, this is what the private sector can do. This is what the public sector can do. This is what international development organizations can do. And also creating a community of practice within the international development community, because we have different organizations doing different things around education. How can we all come together to continue to move the conversation forward and say, okay, this is what you're doing. Plain is doing this. GIZ is doing this, UK FCDO is doing this, USAID is doing this, and things like that. So international development organizations play a very, very critical role in fostering that community of bringing everybody together across the tri-sector to drive technology-driven education and ensuring that emerging education and technology in education is something that comes to stay and no longer, and it moves from just a conversation to our lived reality. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Shegun. And it boils down to the whole way we've been going about this conversation, partnerships between multiple stakeholders to ensure better results. I hope we've written down, answers to my question. We need two people that will be the last person that will speak. So I'll go back to you, Ms. Otta. What are steps, what best steps do you think needs to be taken, to address bias in AI? Because it was very, very important when I wrote it here. What are the best steps we can take to avoid that? Uh, uh, and in order to reinforce existing inequalities in education, particularly for people living in marginalized society and with disabilities, what are the best steps we can take? And why am I saying, or why are we asking about marginalized groups like girls, children, and those with disabilities? Uh, I think when AWS and big companies started using AI, it's not 2022, for recruitment. For example, it was given more men because they can do heavy work and deliver more, right? So, I don't want to say that it will choose more male than female. We've seen that in the past. But we're trying to build something for our own third world economy, and what are the best times?
Like my distinguished speakers have both said, and like we all know, AI is what is fed it. So it all starts with data. What are we feeding? What is the majority or what's the substantial quantity that we're feeding to AI? A simple example is if there is more information about boys in STEM, and what the AI knows is that boys perform better in STEM than girls. That is the information that has been fed. That's the data that has been fed to the AI. So if you try to go and search for opportunities for girls, it's going to be unfairly skewed towards boys. This is just an example. So in terms of what are the practical steps, because it starts with data, I think the first thing we need to do is to gather diverse and representative data from the vulnerable and a wider group of people. Like he said, we have startling statistics. A third of the population are people living with disability. And how many people, how many creators actually consider those people when coming up with solutions? Something as simple as building a primary healthcare center. I'm just trying to give that example. And including a ramp for wheelchair. That is an example of inclusivity, inclusion in the design. So I think one practical step is being open to gather more diverse data, being able to ensure that the vulnerable population that we're talking about here, they are represented. Girls, we talk about sexual and reproductive health. I'm sorry, I went on to speak. I find myself going back to health examples. But like, how do you develop solutions for underage pregnancy and HIV without adolescent girls, data on adolescent girls being included? So I think that's the first, very straight to the point, that's the first thing. The second thing, I took that from what he said, which is a human-centered design. It's important. So human in the loop, ensuring that you are considering the human beings, the people, the experience in developing and designing it. So in terms of AI, for example, how are we leveraging AI, but thinking about the target population, which is the vulnerable groups, and using that to design solutions for education, which is what we're talking about here. There's something I always like to refer to on a light note, and you see some beautiful staircases. They are glass. They look so beautiful. But sometimes I wonder, was there a woman in the committee when they were developing? Because if you wear a skirt and you go on top of a glass staircase, obviously anybody downstairs can, So like something as simple as that, thinking about the person, and including that in your design. And I think something that one of the panelists in the previous session said is not forgetting the educators. We need to train them. A lot of these educators don't even know what they should look out for, don't even know how to truly optimize AI. You know, sometimes it's like garbage in, garbage out. Oh, I mean, look at the example he gave about the policy that, oh, we were no longer going to use anything physical, it's all digital, blah, blah, blah. And definitely to implement that, they would impose it on the educators and the teachers. So we need to educate these educators on AI and ethical practice. I think not to overcomplicate things. There's so many things we can do, but I think I'll just keep it simple and short to say we focus on these three things, then we're making good way. Thank you.
You don't want to do standing ovation, right? But I will translate what I had from the conversations we've been having. Remember, when I was writing my equation and we couldn't balance it, what made it work? People. I didn't know it's now coming. When he spoke about human-centered, you know, because I'm a tech person, I thought he was doing tech group. But then again, it makes sense, right? And it's people that we have a lot of people in this room. How are we thinking of building our own ACs? And really thinking. Thank you very much, Mr. Chan, for going. I would like to hear answers to my questions. One question: what did you learn from what he said? And I'll start. I promised that I was going to go last. What I heard was that be very mindful, right? Be very mindful since from day one, everything that you do when you're building an tech solution, especially when you are using a machine or emerging technology that them to be independent in creating new original content. So I really wrote that. Be very, very mindful. Every feature, every step you take, be very mindful. And I hope one or two persons have written something for one question, and we call it a day. Anybody? One, two. You don't finish. One, two. Then, if you have a question, don't raise up your hand yet, because I'll count like that. Maybe okay, two people too. So the person, please. No, the one with the veil. Thank you. Please go ahead. No. You want to carry first all the time. Oh, okay. No problem.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Medlin Wachiku. I'm a core member. What I learned from the discussions this afternoon and from what he said is we should bridge the gap. There should be critical thinking when dealing with AI. So you have a task at hand, you have an assignment to do. Don't just rush to AI. There's a place for you to think through it because as humans, we have our own human intelligence. And that is exactly what we even feed the AI. So for us to also bridge, just as you said, the equation. So we don't want to increase ADHD, we don't want to increase future neural disabilities. So we have to critically think. Then the second one I also learned from this is just as we have always been hitting, is garbage in, garbage out. We have to know how we feed what we browse, what we talk about. What I even find out that at times I would say I want to read a book, and when I go on Facebook, I'll just start seeing book clubs, recommendations. So to tell you, it seems like there's a mouthpiece that fits our phone stuff. So thank you so much. I really
thank you very much. I secretly did not even say it. Remember, artificial is artificial. If you forget about the original intelligence and you're not adding it, please go ahead, sir.
No, I actually have a question.
Oh, okay. Do we have anyone that wants to give fantastic one man there wearing a very nice green and ash?
My name is Originally Daniel. So what I learned from what he said, that education needs a dynamic. So we need to iterate and change your solution based on the data you receive, saying that education needs changes every time. Solution they have today might not suit the need of tomorrow. We need to constantly improve on our system and change our solutions to meet the ever-pressing needs of the society.
Thank you very much. If you have a company, share your business card during the networking session so that we will know that your solutions. So we'll take the question, but then again, I've been given the go ahead to just open the Q&A questions session. So I'll end this session first. Yes. Okay. So we're ending this session first before we start the Q&A. Okay. Thank you very much. Guys, I had a swell time, for reading this session as well.
Check who has to join us now.